Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in Texas, where Texas state lawmakers have fled the state, Texas Democratic state House members, to prevent the Republicans in Texas from passing a Trump-backed redistricting plan, which would change the U.S. congressional districts maps in Texas to give Republicans more seats in Congress, in the U.S. Congress. The Texas legislature is meeting in an hour and 32 minutes. We're supposed to have live coverage of that, by the way. And Governor Abbott has said that he is that if these Texas Democratic House members don't show up for the meeting, don't show up for the legislative meeting today, he said, the governor has said, he's going to strip them of their seats. But it's not clear he actually has the power to do that. So we'll have to see what happens. But we're supposed to have live coverage of that in an hour and 32 minutes. The Texas legislature meeting today. And we'll see what happens. We'll have to see live what happens. It's coming up at 3 p.m. Central Time. Oh, you know what? My clock is off. It's actually 1 hour and 21 minutes. How did that happen? I got to adjust the clock, guys. Uh-oh. Something went wrong with the clock. Oh, I see what went wrong. All right, let's fix this. It's less time than I thought. Is it fixed? Yes, 1 hour and 21 minutes. There we go. Now the countdown clock is correct. It's what Texas legislature meets in 1 hour and 21 minutes. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to talk about this. Going to give you some updates. We might watch some of what there was a press conference with some of these House Democrats in Texas. We watched last night. There was a press conference in Illinois with some of them. Some of them are in New York. Some of them fled to New York and gave a press conference earlier today with Governor Hochul in New York. So we might watch some of that too. Thanks to our moderators, we have Ruth Krafasi moderating, Janet B., Beth Mythical. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And on Twitch we have Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev moderating over there. And on Facebook, hang on, let me pull everything up here. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you so much. Thanks also Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Susan. Also, thank you to Tim Glenn for your support. Tim, we do not want to start encouraging violence. Okay, Tim, I appreciate your support. I like hearing your comments, but we do not want to be encouraging violence in the chat. So please respect the chat rules. Thank you also, Mitchell Pilot, as well. I really appreciate it. Mitchell Pilot, thank you. Mitchell Pilot thinks that the governor does not have the power to remove them from their seats. I'm going to give you some more updates on that. Uh-oh, what happened here? My headphones. Hang on, this stupid thing happened. Once in a while, I have issue with my earbud headphones. Let me try something here and see if this Let's see if this works. I had a little headphones issue. Are you guys hearing? You're not hearing two of me, are you? Were you hearing two of me? Oh, hold on. Let's see. You're going to hear two of me in a second. Hold on, I got to do this the right way. I got to do this the right way. I got to do a test to see if my... Once in a while, it's so weird. Once in a while, my earbuds act all weird. They start acting up. I'm gonna have to might have to switch my earbuds. I'm gonna have to take off my earbuds for the moment. I'm gonna do that. Worry about this later. The weirdest thing. Okay. We should be good to go now. You can see the Texas governor threatens lawmakers who left state over Trump-backed redistricting. So I know this can seem a little complex if you haven't heard of the story. It's a very important story, though, I think. But I'll give you a little summary here. But it can be kind of hard to follow the details. Hey, thanks, Cecilia from Norway, for your support. So the U.S. House of Representatives, each member of the U.S. House represents a certain part of the country. It's up to the states. Every state has a certain number of representatives in the U.S. House. It's up to the state to draw their maps where they divide their state up into districts, where each district elects a House member. And you can draw your maps different ways. And depending on how you draw the map in your state can affect how many seats one party or the other will win in the U.S. House. So normally states redraw their maps every 10 years after the census comes out with new population data. The state will redraw their map. But Texas is doing this thing. President Trump has asked for this. And Texas says they're going to redraw their map in the middle of the decade so that Republicans will win more House seats in Texas. Currently, Republicans have 25 of the 38 House seats in Texas, and they want to redraw it in a way that projections suggest that, at least for now, 30 of the seats would go to Republicans. And this normally is not done in the middle of a decade. So House Democrats in Texas, this is the state legislature. The state legislature gets to choose the map for the map of the seats, the map of the congressional districts that will each send a member to the U.S. Congress. So the state House Democrats in Texas, as a last-ditch effort to prevent this from happening, have fled the state because without most of them, because without a certain number of legislators there, they don't have enough. They legally have to have a certain number of legislators to have a vote present. That's called a quorum. So the Texas House Democrats have fled the state so that there will not be a quorum, so that this cannot be voted on. And the governor of Texas last night said, well, if they don't show up at the legislature session today, which is in an hour and 14 minutes, the governor said he has the power and he's going to throw them out of the House, vacate their seats. He also says he has the power to replace them quickly. Now, it's not clear if either of those things is true, if he has the power to do either of those things. But that's what he said he's going to do. And another thing here is if the Texas Republicans do this and redistrict, there are other states that have said they might do it as well. So, for example, California and New York have suggested that they might try to change their maps if Texas changes its map. There's been talk of Ohio Republicans changing their map. So are we going to just start seeing all of these states change their district maps right before the 2026 election to try to get more seats one way or the other? We could see that. Does it come down to voters? Tallulah A. Bell says, well, yes and no. The voters all vote, but how the maps are made can determine how many seats one party or the other gets. If you have one area of the state where there's a lot of voters for one party, you can say that's a district. And so that party with those voters will probably win that district. But you could also just break up that area that's favoring one party and put a slice of it in this district and a slice of it in this district and a slice of it in this district and a slice of it in this district. And maybe if you break it up that way, that party doesn't win any of those districts. So how you change the maps can affect how many people from each party win seats. That's called gerrymandering, and that's done by both parties in different states. But normally states redistrict once every decade. This is Texas saying we're going to do it in the middle of the decade. Suzanne says redistricting is only possible now with all of the three branches controlled by one party in state. That might be true. It depends on how the state does things. But it can't be done in every state. As Suzanne points out, in some states, if you have the state government not in control of one party, then one party could block it. So again, the issue right now is not yet that a state is drawing maps, wants to draw maps favorable for one party or the other, because I mean that has been happening. But what makes this a new case is that they want to do it in the middle of the decade. Also, another thing is that it's the whole thing is. It seems to be pretty transparent. It's being done because the president supports it and the president's party is at risk of losing the House. There's not like some other secret reason. It's not really, from what I'm aware, there's no big attempt to hide that fact. But you know, are we heading towards a world in which a bunch of states do this every couple of years or every few years? So we're going to see what happens when the legislature meets in an hour and 9 minutes. Now, our viewer Bob the Bomb thinks that state redrawing should be independent of party. I think that's what Bob said. In a small number of states, they have set it up so that an independent commission does the redistricting. But the majority of states, I believe, it's up to the state government. He says, no more gerrymandering. All people need to have their votes counted. By the way, a quick thanks to For the Two, thank you. Also, Georgia Culture, Confidence in God, our members. Ashley and Lily Channel, our new member. Chris Lee from the UK, thank you, Chris. Trouble with the Trees, our member from 35 months. Thank you. Matt, thank you. Matt says Democrats are upset that Republicans are doing what Democrats have done for years. Well, both parties have done this in different states. That I agree with. Again, the new thing about this is being done in the middle of the decade. Well, that's one big new thing about it. All right, so let's get you some background on this. And we only have an hour and 8 minutes until the Texas legislature meets. And until, remember, Governor Abbott said if you don't show up at 3 p.m., Texas House Democrats who fled the state, if you don't show up at 3 p.m., he said he's going to remove them from office. But we don't know if it's unclear that he has the power to do this. Here's a little summary here. I think the Washington Post has had actually some nice summaries on this. Oh, and they also have a map. Now, it's kind of hard to just look at this from afar and see everything, but the basic idea is these are the different congressional districts, and they want to change the map from this one to this one. And under the map on the right, you can see it says 5 seats currently held by Democrats were redrawn to cover areas Trump carried by double digits. So they've taken 5 seats, 5 districts that Democrats hold, and they've redrawn those districts such that they would not be won by Democrats if the voting is the same way as it was in 2024. So let's just go over a little just background here. Hang on a second here. One of our viewers said it looks nearly the same. Yeah, the thing about the graphic is, look, this is the whole state. So, a lot of people are going to be in these city areas, and you would have to zoom in on the graph, on the diagram to see more of the relevant changes. So, for example, you can see San Antonio area here and San Antonio here. It looks different. But, from afar, you might not be able to see that. So you can see that these definitely look different in the circles here, the urban areas. Okay, why are Democrats fleeing Texas to block redistricting plans, and what's next? Let's just get a little background here. This is a Washington Post article. With control of the narrowly divided U.S. House hanging in the balance in the 2026 midterm elections, it's expected to be a close election. The control of the House could be decided by this redistricting stuff in different states. Most Democratic lawmakers in Texas have fled the state to try to prevent a Republican effort backed by President Trump to redraw the district boundaries and give the GOP 5 more safely red seats. The GOP-led state legislature, which has convened in a special session to draft the plans and address the summer's deadly flooding in the state, released the preliminary maps Wednesday after days of contentious hearings. 57 of the 62 Texas House Democrats left Texas yesterday, breaking the quorum needed for the chamber to conduct business. Democrats across the country praised the move, while Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott said he would go to court to remove and replace the absent legislators if they do not show up today. Texas Republicans have sought to portray their efforts as typical. Democrats in the state and beyond have decried the unusual mid-decade redistricting attempt as a partisan power grab to tilt the midterm elections so the GOP can hang on to its control of Congress. Republicans now have a 219 to 212 House majority with 4 vacancies. The redrawing of maps in a state typically takes place after the U.S. Census Bureau finishes its once-a-decade population count and can dramatically alter the balance of power between political parties. Rules for redrawing the lines vary by state, and in Texas, legislators control the process. Okay? Texas State Representative Todd Hunter, the sponsor of the legislation to draw the new map, called it a good plan for Texas that would give his party more seats in Congress. The primary changes are focused on 5 districts for partisan purposes, he said in committee. Texas Democrats decried the moves as a power grab and accused Republicans of violating the Voting Rights Act, a 1965 law meant to ensure Black and Latino communities can elect candidates of their choosing. As you can see here, 4 of the 5 potential GOP seat pickups have Hispanic majorities. Texas Democrats have little power to stop the redistricting efforts in Texas because Republicans control both legislative chambers. But a boycott can slow down the process because the Texas House can conduct business only when 2/3 of its members are present. Now, by the way, I read an article in Politico that said that Texas would need to pass this by December for the 2026 election. If that's true, then the Democrats, if they want to stop this, would have to stop it until December. Democrats who fled the state yesterday, landing in cities including New York, Boston, and Chicago, plan to remain gone until the conclusion of the special session that ends on August 19th. In the meantime, they could face $500 daily fines and the threat of arrest by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, although his authority doesn't extend beyond state borders. Okay, what comes next? The Democratic boycott threatens to temporarily bring the Texas House to a standstill. We're going to watch the Texas House session in an hour and 1 minute. If Democrats maintain the boycott for 2 weeks, their absence will run out the clock on this special session. But Governor Abbott says he has options. By the way, Governor Abbott can declare a new special session and restart the 30-day clock. Also, Abbott, in a letter Sunday, Governor Abbott accused Democrats of abandoning their offices and threatened to go to court to remove and replace them if they don't turn up by Monday afternoon, in an hour. Texas Democrats have twice deployed the same tactic known as breaking or denying quorum to combat legislation in the 22 years since Republicans have controlled all of Texas state government, but those efforts ultimately failed. They failed in 2003 over a redistricting plan and in 2021 over voting legislation. In both cases, enough Democrats eventually returned so that a quorum was achieved. Democratic-controlled states such as California, Illinois, and New York are exploring options to retaliate by redrawing their own lines to give their party more House seats if Texas approves the new maps. What are the national implications? Republicans are defending a slim majority in the House in next year's elections. Historical trends and Trump's, they call it low approval rating, suggest the midterms could be challenging for the GOP, and any redrawing of maps in a way that favors one side could have far-reaching impacts. Losing the House could be a major impediment, of course, to Trump's legislative agenda. Remember, for Trump to pass law, to get laws on the books, both the House and the Senate need to pass them. So that's a little summary of what is going on. And in less than an hour now, we're going to see what happens in the Texas legislative session. Oops, hold on. You know, normally I remember to put, once in a while, I forget to put my phone on silent. Once in a while. Now it's on silent. Sorry about that. Normally I have it on silent and on, well, anyways. So I apologize for waking everybody up. Let's see here. So we're going to have a live coverage of the Texas legislature meeting in 58 minutes, guys. 58 minutes. Oh, wow. So later tonight, there's supposed to be a protest outside of the Texas governor's mansion over this. Texas Democrats are supposed to speak, I think, at 7 p.m. Eastern. And I might show you some of this. Some of the Texas House Democrats appeared with Kathy Hochul in New York, Governor Hochul in New York today. I might show you a bit of that before the Texas legislature meeting, coming up live in 57 minutes and 42 seconds. Sunset says in 58 minutes he's going to try to expel them all. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if Governor Abbott's going to come out today and say, you're expelled, even though there's questions about whether he can actually do this. So we'll see. We'll see if he says something, Governor Abbott, or releases a statement after the legislature meeting starts. Our viewer John Colarusso thinks every time Democrats pull this kind of stunt, they become or stay the minority party for years. Gina Pina thinks Republicans know they are losing support. Sans Everything says redistricting is fine, but doing it 5 years earlier than the norm is suspect as blank. That's what Sans Everything says. Did I say that Tallulah A. Bell says this sounds like a very slippery slope? Well, maybe we'll see a bunch of states try to adjust their maps. Concord 2 Team says blue states can't draw their districts much tighter. Well, for example, in Illinois can't do that much more because I think in Illinois, what is it, like 14 of the 17 states or something? 14 of the 17 representatives in Illinois are already Democratic? Are already Democrats? Let's see if I can find this for you. Where is it here? Illinois House of Representatives. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Oh, no. We don't want the Illinois House. We want the Illinois Congressional U.S. House balance of power in Illinois. You'd think if you just type this into Google, you'd get a message. All right, it might be time for AI, because I didn't get the regular search didn't help me. I think it's maybe 14-3. Yes, it is 14-3, I believe it is. 14 Democrats and 3 Republicans from Illinois. So you can't shift that many seats in Illinois because there's only 3 Republicans as is. Who pays for the trip? Lincoln says. I don't know. I don't know who exactly. I believe that Governor J.B. Pritzker, if I have this right, we watched their press conference last night, and J.B. Pritzker, I think, said something that a group he works with was helping some of the funding. I don't know all of the funding, so I don't know who paid what. That was you can watch it on J.B. Pritzker's YouTube channel. It was referred to last night a bit in the press conference. Thanks also to Vin Dog Radio, who thinks the GOP needs to start working for the people so they don't lose the seats. Thanks Tyler Roberts, our member Johnny58, Jonathan Manson. Jonathan thinks the Democrats have been a protest party since the Civil War. Thank you, Jonathan Manson. Thank you, H.M. Doppelganger. And Janet B. for being members. So again, 52 minutes, we're going to have the Texas legislature live. Let me show you what Governor Abbott said yesterday. This is what Governor Abbott of Texas said yesterday. He said, real Texans, I'll call it up here. Here it is. He said, real Texans do not run from a fight, but that's exactly what most of the Texas House Democrats just did. Rather than doing their job and voting on urgent legislation affecting the lives of all Texans, they have fled Texas to deprive the House of the quorum necessary to meet and conduct business. These absences are not merely unintended and unavoidable interruptions in public service like a sudden illness or family emergency. Instead, these absences were premeditated for an illegitimate purpose, he says, what one representative called breaking quorum. Another previously signaled that Democrats would have to go by an extreme measure of a quorum break to stop these bills from happening. In other words, Governor Abbott says Democrats hatched a deliberate plan not to show up for work for the specific purpose of abdicating the duties of their office and thwarting the chamber's business. This amounts to an abandonment or forfeiture of elected state office. When the governor calls a special session, our Constitution provides the legislature shall meet. It's not optional, it's a duty. The absconded Democrat House members were elected to meet and vote on legislation, not to prevent votes that may not go their way. Every session, legislators on both sides of the aisle, he says, find themselves on the losing side of a legislative vote. And every session, most of those legislators find a way to disagree agreeably and behave like adults rather than going AWOL. This truancy ends now. The derelict Democrat House members must return to Texas and be in attendance when the House reconvenes at 3 p.m. today, in 50 minutes. For any member who fails to do so, I will invoke Texas Attorney General opinion, blah, 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 to remove the missing Democrats from membership in the Texas House. In that opinion, the Attorney General considered whether Texas law allows for a determination that a legislator has vacated office if they intentionally break quorum. The Attorney General concluded that whether a specific legislator has abandoned his or her office such that a vacancy occurred will be a fact question for a court. He further concluded that through a quo warranto action, a district court may determine that a legislator has forfeited his or her office due to abandonment and can remove the legislator from office, thereby creating a vacancy. So that empowers me to swiftly fill vacancies under Section 13 of the Texas Constitution. So basically he's saying he's going to take action to throw these people out of the House if they don't show up today. But the specific language there suggests that it's a little confusing because he first says, I will invoke Texas authority to remove them from the membership of the House. So when he says that, that means like, oh, he's going to remove them, right? But then if you read down below that, it says he would need to request that a court would remove them. So I was a little confused about that last night. But it sounds like he's saying he will go to a court to remove them. It's unclear if the courts would remove them and how long that would take. I believe he would have to go to the court in each district of the House member, in the district of the House member he wanted to remove. He also said at the bottom here, if you look at this, in addition to abandoning their offices, these legislators may also have committed felonies. Many absentee Democrats are soliciting funds to evade the fines they will incur under House rules. Any Democrat who solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept such funds to assist in the violation of legislative duties or for purposes of skipping a vote may have violated bribery laws. The same could be true for any other person who offers, confers, or agrees to confer such funds to fleeing Democrat House members. I will use my full extradition authority to demand the return to Texas of any potential out-of-state felons. So what he's saying here is we could charge these House members with felonies, possibly, bribery felonies, for accepting funds to help pay their fines for not being there. However, and then I guess he's saying, well, we could charge them with felonies, and then since they'd be charged with felonies, request extradition. I don't think the states that they're in right now, these Democrat states like Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts, I don't think they're going to comply with an extradition request like this. That'd be my thought. But that's what Governor Abbott said. But we'll see. Does Governor Abbott today say that I am formally asking courts to remove these people? Again, the language here is a bit confusing because he does say, I will invoke this opinion to remove the missing Democrats from membership. So normally if you say, if they don't show up, I'm going to remove them from membership. Well, that means you think you can do it. You're sure you can do it and you're just going to do it. But if you read down here, kind of sounds like he's saying, well, we'd have to have a court do it. And it's not clear that the court would approve it. So last night I was more emphasizing the fact that he said, I'm going to remove them, rather than the second part. And he also said he's empowered to swiftly fill vacancies. But I do wonder if he will announce some action today. Because he did give this deadline, 3 p.m. today, local time. I'll post a link to this letter if you want to read it yourself. Let me read some comments here. Keith Pash thinks they are just blowing smoke and they can't do anything. Eric thinks you can't do that. Metallical says he is going to do it based on the opinion and then worry about the facts of court. So what Metallical is reading this way. Our viewer Metallical thinks what he's saying there is that he's going to remove them. And then the courts can decide later if that wasn't allowed. I mean, I guess you could interpret it that way too. That was a thought I was having, is that maybe the thought I was having last night is he would just remove them and they would have another vote with replacements. And then they'll just let the court system decide later if they're not allowed to do that. They'll actually go through with it. That was what I was thinking last night, is that they will actually go through with saying you're out because they're not there. They can't say anything about it there because they're not there, the House Democrats. And will they just say, that's it, you're out, and then Abbott says, I appoint these 30 people to replace them, or these 50 people, and they just show up and they actually have a vote with the replacements. And would he go through with that even if he thought, well, maybe the court will overturn it? Could happen. I would guess it could happen. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. I think I'm going to show you a little bit of what happened the New York press conference as we wait for the 43 minutes until the legislative session starts. 43 minutes, guys. Thanks, by the way, to Bass 300, who says Democrats have done it for years in blue states. 2020 census was inaccurate anyway. Why not do it now? Again, thank you, Bass 300. What usually happens is it's done once every 10 years after the census. This is this out of the ordinary case where a state wants to do it in the middle of the decade. Both states controlled by Democrats and Republicans have in the past made favorable maps for their congressional districts. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, for your support. Thank you, Luca, for your support. Luca thinks in a free country, the voters should be able to choose their politicians, not the politicians, their voters. The redistricting by the GOP is unfair. Now, I'm assuming Luca would say that. It's by Luca's reasoning. I don't want to put words in Luca's mouth, but I think Luca is complaining about the general practice of gerrymandering. In a few states, the voters, I believe, but in a few states, the practice of redistricting is done by a nonpartisan commission, but that's not the majority of states. Hey, thanks to Larry Picklejar. Larry is a Texan and is not a fan of Abbott, Paxton, and Dan Patrick. Thank you, Larry, for your support on Twitch. Larry called them clowns. Thank you, Patora1701, for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Fargo Bitwise on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming, thank you on Twitch. Give me 1 second here. Hey, thanks, by the way, also to our moderators. Again, we have moderating Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, over there on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Janet B is there. Thank you. On Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev. Thanks so much. Facebook, K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you for modding over there. Thank you. And Paul Anderson modding. Thank you. And also, thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Thank you also to PZ Papa Zulu. I appreciate your support, PZ Papa Zulu. And Sarah Walker. Sarah says this is why it's important you vote in your local elections and for your local representatives. Thank you, Sarah, for your support. And Kim Jong-un, Rocket Man Extraordinaire, who thinks Republicans need to redistrict to offset the seats Democrats have from illegals being accounted in the census to give Americans more representation? I think I need to Does the census count illegal immigrants for purposes of population? Okay. The apportionment population count, The resident population counts include all people, citizens and non-citizens, who are living in the U.S. at the time of the census. Does the non-citizen include legal and not legal, or just not legal? All people, citizens and non-citizens, with a usual residence in the United States are included. There you go. All people, citizens, this is from census.gov. Now, another question I have is how many of them actually fill out the census form? That's an interesting question. And also, what states are they located in? Are there a bunch in Texas, for example? That's a whole interesting question. Are there a bunch in, does Texas get more seats? What states have the most census counted non-citizens who are not here legally? That I don't know. That's a good question. According to I am looking at an article from July 2025 from Spectrum News, and it says, according to the Pew Research Center, the three leading states. Oh, I'm sorry. According to the Pew Research Center, well, I want to hold on a second. It's different between the number of unauthorized. There's the number of unauthorized immigrants inside a state, but then there's the number that the census counts. So, in terms of the states with the most according to the Pew Research Center, in 2022, the states with the largest unauthorized immigrant populations were in order: California, Texas number 2, Florida number 3, then New York, New Jersey, and Illinois. So I don't know that I don't know though how many of them actually fill out the census or are counted by the census. That's a good question. So I can't tell you, are states like California, Texas, Florida, and New York, are they getting more seats than they normally would in the House because of the census unauthorized immigrant population count? It's a good question. But I don't know how that number is computed. So again, the question is not how many unauthorized immigrants are there in the country. It's how many of them would be counted in the census. All right, interesting. I thank you for the viewer for bringing that up. I appreciate that. But again, let me say this. It's an interesting question. It's kind of a digression, though. It's a digression. Why? The Texas Republicans are not trying to increase the number of seats. Republicans are not trying to increase the number of Texas representatives in Congress. They can't do that. They are trying to redistrict, change the map of the existing number of seats. Hey, we only have 33 minutes and 50 seconds until the Texas legislature meets. We're going to show you that live. Jonathan's back, our viewer says, fun times in America. The blue states might as well separate from the states. Okay, so again, quick summary here. Oh, there's a little video. Is there a video on this? Oh, we got a little video from Reuters on this. I might show you this video. Hold on a second. I didn't know we had this. I got a little video summary. Texas Democrats seek to block redistricting vote by leaving state. Let's watch this little video here. This could be interesting. From Reuters. Okay. I think this will summarize what's going on in video form. So let's check it out.
An aggressive and unprecedented push by Republicans in Texas to redraw the state's 38 congressional districts has sparked concern beyond the Lone Star State and alarmed Democrats and voters who call Texas home. That includes Darrell Douglas, a community organizer and resident of the 18th Congressional District. He says Texas Republicans are not playing fair.
Moving the lines in these congressional districts in the middle of the decade, time that's not traditionally the time that we do that, is really moving the goalposts in the middle of the game. It's changing the rules in the middle of the football game. And it's really discouraging to see that Republicans are just out to gain more seats any way that they can.
Legal scholars and political science experts say it's a high-risk, high-reward effort by Republicans. The mid-cycle redistricting effort was championed by President Donald Trump, who said he expects it to yield as many as 5 additional Republicans in the U.S. House, thus protecting the party's narrow House majority in next year's midterm elections.
It's not ethical to use redistricting totally in a political effort.
James Douglas is a law professor at Texas Southern University. He says gerrymandering in Texas will dilute the voting power for people of color.
If you look at the districts that the governor has targeted, they're all minority districts. They're all black and brown districts. So it's clear that in order to achieve what they want to disenfranchise black and brown voters.
States are required to redistrict every 10 years based on the U.S. Census, but the current Texas map was passed just 4 years ago. The existing map is already the subject of several lawsuits, claiming that it intentionally discriminated against minority voters. And experts say the new redistricting plan could backfire.
It means that they're going to have to put Democrats in some Republican districts and take Republicans out of the district that they're in. They knew when they created the district, they created some strong Republican districts. Now they're going to weaken those districts, and who knows what might happen when they weaken those districts. So it's not a win-win for them. It could be a lose-lose.
Trump's Republicans already face vulnerabilities ahead of the 2026 elections. Only 41% of Americans approve of the job he is doing, according to Reuters Ipsos polling, and the president's party historically underperforms during midterm elections. Texas, the fastest growing U.S. state, went for Trump last year by a 56% to 42% margin. Matt Barretto is a professor of political science at UCLA.
I think it's going to be very difficult for Texas to do this because, first of all, many Republicans in the Texas delegation do not want to do this. They're nervous about their own seats. And so I think Texas should be very careful because not only will they possibly weaken existing Republican districts, but California could then decide that they want to redistrict, and Governor Newsom may decide that he wants to draw districts that more promote Democratic communities. And if that's the case, the final result could be 10 or 12 more Democratic seats when all the counting is done.
Some Democrats have already suggested fighting fire with fire by redistricting in states they control. California Governor Gavin Newsom has floated the idea of sidestepping the state's redistricting commission to draw a new, more Democrat-friendly map.
So that was a little summary there from Reuters. You know, I've heard some different analysis. some analysis I've heard says, well, the Republicans, if they do this in Texas, they could actually risk losing some of those previously held Republican seats because they're going to weaken that district to get these new seats. With these new districts, they'll have to make the current districts weaker for Republicans. Some analysis says that. I've read other analysis that says there's really no chance they're going to lose any of these 30 seats. I think the Washington Post might have said that under the redistricting map that's proposed in Texas, all of the 30 Republican projected seats all of those districts would be districts that Trump won by 10 or more percent in 2024. So I can't really tell you, the standard take on this, I would say right now, is that if they go through with this, I've seen this a lot of places. A common take on this is that if the Republicans go through with redistricting, they will win 30 seats, whereas before they won 25 2 years ago. But maybe it'll be the case that some people think it might actually backfire on them to do this, and they might lose some of the seats that they otherwise would have won, under some of the districts they otherwise would have won if they do the redistricting. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there that I've seen some different analysis of, how many seats will this net for them? That's a Washington Post graphic right there. Let's see here. So that was a little summary of what's going on. And Reuters also said Texas governor vows to replace Democrats absent at today's redistricting vote, which is, guys, the legislature in Texas meets in 25 minutes. We're going to have live video of that for you. Live video coming up from the Texas legislature. The redistricting session. Give me 1 second here. Let me just get organized. So that video is coming up. Yeah, 3 p.m. today. Let's see what happens. Reuters says Texas Governor Greg Abbott has vowed to replace Democratic lawmakers who left the state over the weekend unless they return by 24 minutes from now to vote on a Republican plan to redraw Texas's congressional districts. More than 50 Democratic members of the Texas legislature left the state yesterday to deny Republicans the quorum necessary to vote on the redistricting plan, which President Trump has supported, and which he and his Republicans hope will protect the Republicans' narrow U.S. House majority in next year's midterm elections. States are required to redistrict every 10 years based on the U.S. Census, but the current Texas map was passed just 4 years ago by the Republican-dominated legislature. While mid-cycle redistricting occasionally takes place, it usually is prompted by a change in power at the legislature. Leaders of Democratic-led states such as California and Illinois have recently raised the idea of redistricting their own U.S. congressional maps to boost the number of Democratic seats in response to Abbott's push in Texas. 23 minutes until the legislature meets in Texas, state legislature. We're going to be covering that live for you. Moonlight Films says, what was the reasoning behind why Republicans felt redistricting was necessary? I believe that the reasoning given has been to make the map more favorable for Republicans. I don't believe there has been some other reason given. I think it's pretty open about it, why it's being done. At least in all of the reading I've done, I have not seen any kind of, oh, well, they're saying it's for this reason, even though it would benefit Republicans. I'll try to get you a little update on that if you give me a second here. But you might think like, oh, they're saying they're doing it for another reason. But I don't think Texas Republicans are saying that. I haven't seen it. I mean, I wasn't watching every day of coverage of this for the last 3 months or whatever. Anyways, I can't find a conclusive answer for you right now. But again, in all of the reading I have done on this, I have not seen that any other reason is being given to do it. Let me, give me two other seconds here. Hold on. Oh, now let me see here. Hold on a second. I'm pulling up something about this right here, because it's a fair question. All right, this article supposedly says something about it. I'm not going to worry about this right now. I'm going to have to research this more later. I understand the question. So I'll have to research that more later. 18 minutes left until 18 minutes left until the redistricting sessions. Well, it's Reuters says that this Texas legislative session is supposed to be a redistricting session. So the Texas legislature is meeting in 17 minutes and 44 seconds. Governor Abbott has said if Democrats, the missing Democrats, don't show up by 3 p.m. Central Time, 17 and a half minutes, he is going to take action to remove them from their office. By the way, Monica Madden, who is a reporter in California for ABC7 News, is reporting that 2 congressional sources tell her that California Democrats are almost ready with their proposed redistricting maps that, in theory, would be placed on a special election ballot in California in November. So there might be a special election in November for California voters to approve new congressional maps from California. What is the current California U.S. House delegation? Right now it is 52. 43 Democrats and 9 Republicans in the U.S. House from California. 43 Democrats and 9 Republicans. So, what would if California decides to, if Texas goes through with this redistricting, and then California in response says, well, we're going to try to redistrict, how many seats would they try to shift in their map? I don't know. That's something else to keep an eye on. Tree of Liberty thinks California is already gerrymandered. "15 minutes and 9 seconds until the Texas legislative session begins." We're going to have live coverage of it for you. By the way, thanks to CivLap for your support. Thanks TK. Thanks Short Time No See. Now, Short Time No See says California uses independent commissions. So let me say something about that, the California issue. We talked about that last night. I believe that California has a commission that would have to approve any redrawing, but to deal with that, perhaps a special election could handle that issue in California. I think that's why they would have a special election. But there was an article we were reading last night that talked about this specifically. So let me just see if I can dig that up here. Yeah, according to the Washington Post, Gavin Newsom, governor of California, has said he was considering asking California voters to change the state's procedures for drawing their congressional maps. Did the AP article talk about that? Let's see. I know we read about it more specifically last night. I think I think there's some commission that would have to approve it in California, but the idea is that maybe they would change their procedure in California to allow such a redistricting. Oh, maybe this is it. Is this the one right here? Maybe it was this AP article. Okay. Limited options for Democrats to retaliate if Texas Republicans redraw congressional map. This is from AP. California Governor Newsom has said he and the Democratic-controlled legislature will try to redraw his state's congressional map, but they would need to repeal or defy the 2008 ballot measure creating an independent redistricting commission. Voters extended its authority to congressional districts 2 years later. Newsom supported the constitutional amendment at the time. The Texas redistricting, which is expected to pass the legislature, well, maybe, led him to modify that position. Newsom said, we can act holier than thou, we can sit on the sidelines, talk about the way the world should be, or we can recognize the existential nature that is this moment. In New York, which also has a commission, the state constitution bars another map this decade. Democrats have moved for a change, but that could not happen until 2027 at the earliest, and only with voter approval. I'm not sure about that. So, in other states where Democrats control the governor's office and the legislature, including Colorado and Washington, the party has backed independent commissions that cannot redraw, let alone rig maps in the middle of the decade. About 10 minutes until the Texas legislature meets today. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Oh, I have some video for you right now I can show you. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. I have live video already. I can put it on the screen here. Check this out. Check it out. I got to try my headphones again. See if that'll work. If not, I'll get my other earbuds. Hey, look. You know what? I got to do a little better job of this. Let's try this one more time. Let's try this one more time. It hasn't started yet, but it's close to starting in Texas. So I'm putting it up on the screen for you right now. Right now. Right now. There we go. Look, there it is. There it is. That's live Texas House of Representatives. Let me just do this real quick. Put this in here. Hey, thanks so much, AZ Intel's dad. That's so nice of you. I appreciate that. Bearded Believer, thanks for being a member. Goofy for Jesus, thanks for being a member. Goofy for Jesus says redistricting is due court case. I think the previous redistricting they did in Texas, I think 4 years ago, that's the subject of current court cases. Yeah, the 3 p.m. you see up there is Central Time. All right, let me see if my earbuds work. If not, I'll have to get my other ones. Hang on a moment. We might pause for a second when I put these in. Are we back here? Oh, hold on. This paused. We're good. We're good. Oopsie. I did that. That's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Look at this. There it is, the Texas House of Representatives. Thanks, Johnny58, for your support. Texas, this is live, Texas House of Representatives. We got about 6 minutes. I am not aware that any of the Democrats, I think over 50 of them, who fled the state yesterday, I'm not aware that any of them have returned. Dave says without the Democrats, this will not convene. I don't know that they can't convene. I believe they can't vote. I believe that's the quorum issue, not convening. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know exactly what the quorum is required to do. Maybe it's all legislative business. I don't know. Oregon guy says, if you leave the state to obstruct the will of the people, shouldn't you be charged with obstruction? Well, there's different kinds of obstruction you could be charged as, like obstruction of justice, but that's not what you're talking about. So, look, in Texas, I believe in Texas, this act of leaving the state is not a crime. It's not a criminal act. It's a civil violation. According to AP, an AP article I read said it was a civil violation. It's that you could not be jailed for. I believe that was an AP article I read yesterday on the air. That's the way Texas law is. At least according to that article I read. Oh, I wanted to mention, Politico had a good article today on all of the legal stuff behind whether Greg Abbott can really remove these representatives from their seats like he says he can. Oh, we're hearing the bell. We're hearing the bell. They're ringing the bell. They're ringing the bell. They're ringing the bell. I'm going to post a link in the chat to this Politico article, which was very good, about the legal background of whether Governor Abbott really can remove the Democrats if they don't show up today and from their seats, and how long, what he'd have to do so, and how long that might take, and then how long it might take to replace them. So I just posted a link to that article in the chat. One thing he said in Politico was that they would have to that there would have to be requests filed in court to remove the different Democratic members. And it could take time for those cases, which would be filed in the districts of the members, so different districts, to go through the court system. And it's not clear what the outcome of those, what the judges in those districts would rule. Also, something else Politico said is they said that even if they were able to ultimately remove the Democrats from those seats, they would have to be special elections to replace them. Now, Abbott said Abbott said yesterday that he could appoint the replacements. Politico is saying that there would need to be special elections to replace them. And then another issue which is pointed out is if there's an election in these districts that were won by Democrats, who are they going to vote for? And would that person show up? I mean, isn't there, if there was a special election in a Democratic district, might they just not elect another Democrat who says, I'm not going to show up for the hearing, I'm not going to show up for the vote either? Something else that Politico said is Politico claims that the Republicans in Texas have until early December to finalize this, to approve a new map. That's the deadline for it to apply to 2026, which is, it's about 4 months from now. All right, we're going to see what happens. I assume at 3 o'clock in about a minute in the Texas House, they're going to start talking about this and talking about the fact that they don't have a quorum because over 50 Democrats have fled the state to prevent them from voting on redistricting. I don't know how this is going to go. Get ready, everyone. Get ready, everyone. Let's see what happens in the Texas House of Representatives. Let's see here. What happened? All right, I see this thing. All right, they're showing this graphic. I got to get rid of the clock. We don't need the clock anymore. No countdown clock needed. All right, they're showing this. They're showing the opening graphic. There's no sound on it right now. They are showing the opening graphic. This is from Texas House broadcast. Where's the sound? There was sound before. We're waiting for sound. I didn't touch the sound. Hopefully the sound comes back. I didn't do anything to it. Here we go. There's sound. We got sound.
Members, the House will come to order. Strict enforcement has been requested by Representatives Raymond, Moody, Martinez, Canales, Munoz, Cortez, and Longoria. Please vote from your desks and for yourself. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? Members, a quorum is not present. The roll has been called and a quorum has not been established. Let me begin by commending the members who did show up. Those who answered the call, honored their oath, and came here ready to work for the people of Texas. Your presence speaks volumes. You understand that the issues before us, disaster recovery, fighting for the families who lost loved ones in the floods, human trafficking, and more, are not abstract policy debates. They are real-world problems demanding immediate solutions. But instead of confronting those challenges, some of our colleagues have fled the state in their duty. They've left the state, abandoned their posts, and turned their backs on the constituents they swore to represent. They've shirked their responsibilities under the direction and pressure of out-of-state politicians and activists who don't know the first thing about what's right for Texas. To be absolutely clear, leaving the state does not stop this House from doing its work. It only delays it. And every day this chamber is unable to act, the cost grows. In response to this dereliction of duty, and pursuant to the rules of the House, I am prepared to recognize a motion to place a call on the House and any other motions necessary to compel the return of absent members. Should such a motion prevail, I will immediately sign the warrants for the civil arrest of the members who have said they will not be here. As Speaker, I will do everything in my power to establish quorum and move this body forward by any and all means available to this office. To those who are absent, return now. Show the courage to face the issues you were elected to solve. Come back and fulfill your duty, because this House will not sit quietly while you obstruct the work of the people. The people of Texas are watching, and so is the nation. And if you choose to continue down this road, you should know there will be consequences. Members, guests in the gallery, before we begin with motions, please rise and join me in prayer and then pledges to our flags.
Shall we pray? Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for your guidance and your wisdom. Help us to increase in our faith and our trust in you, even though we may not always understand your plans. Help us to acknowledge you as Lord and know that you will always make our path straight. Lord, help us to surrender our lives to your service. You created each legislative member here with unique gifts and abilities. Help them to use their position and talents to honor and glorify you. Lord, help us to see each challenge as an opportunity and to recognize that our true struggle and enemy is against the spiritual forces of evil in this world. Strengthen these men and women with your power to overcome evil with good. Lord, bless this day and the work of their hands. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Will Metcalf to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests in the gallery, please join as we honor our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now to the greatest state in our land. Honor
the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Members, the chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move a call on the House until consideration of HB 4 on third reading is completed.
Mr. Guerin moves a call in the House until consideration of HB 4 on third reading is completed. The motion has been seconded in writing by more than 15 members. The seconds will be entered into the journal. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed say nay. Members, actually, this is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Guerin voting aye. Show the Speaker voting aye. There being 86 ayes and 6 nays, the call is order. Doorkeeper will lock the doors. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Sergeant at Arms or officers appointed by her send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for the purpose of securing and maintaining their attendance under warrant of arrest if necessary, and this order to be continued beyond the adjournment of day's session and until the further order of the House.
Members, you've heard the motion. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Guerin voting aye. Being 85 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The Sergeant at Arms and any officers appointed by her are directed to send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for the purposes of securing and maintaining their attendance under warrant of arrest if necessary until further order of the House.
So they're taking measures designed to try to get the Democrats to come back. Now, they're not going to be able to arrest Democrats.
Members, under the rules, while the
state.
House is under a call, any member who wishes to leave the hall must have written permission of the Speaker. The chair is providing written permission to be entered in the journal for each member registered as present on today's roll call to leave the chamber and return tomorrow at 1 p.m. Please return at the appointed time. Mr. Guerin moves that the House stand adjourned until 1 p.m. Tuesday. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned.
Okay, so the House is adjourned until tomorrow in Texas. If the Democrats had been there today, maybe they would have voted on the redistricting plan. But they did not have a quorum. They do not have enough people to vote because they don't have a quorum. And they don't have a quorum because over 50 Democrats fled the state to prevent Republicans from voting on this redistricting plan. So the House is it. There you go. We just saw that. We just saw the whole session for today. The House is adjourned till tomorrow. But you know, the Texas law enforcement officials are not going to be able to go to another state and arrest somebody. So now let's see. Are we going to hear from the governor now? Now that this is adjourned for today, Texas House adjourns for a day until tomorrow. How do I put all this in a headline? Due to Democratic fleeing state. How's that? Texas House adjourns until tomorrow due to Democrats fleeing state. No, I think so. They did. There's this thing called a call on the House, which they did, is this procedure to try to get enough people there to vote. But I think part of the call on the House is you're not allowed to leave without permission. But I believe they've been given permission to leave. The people who were there today do not have to stay there until tomorrow. So there you go. All right, well, we saw that. We saw that. Some of our viewers are claiming that Texas law enforcement can go to another state and just arrest someone in the other state. I don't know about that. All right. Oh, I don't need the clock on anymore. So the Texas House will meet tomorrow at 1 p.m. Texas time. Yes, there will be a press conference. I don't know if we'll be on for it. There's going to be a press conference tonight of Texas House Democrats, but that's not until 7 p.m. tonight. We might, at some point, I might take a break in the stream and leave the stream up and then come back and cover it. What I should show you is some of the Texas House Democrats had a press conference earlier today in New York, which I haven't even gotten a chance to show yet. Why don't we check this out? Let's check that out. Let's check that out. I want to do that. All right, so quick summary of what's going on. Again, Texas House Democrats have fled Texas to prevent there being enough people in the Texas House to hold a vote on redistricting. Texas Republicans want to redraw the congressional map in Texas, a plan backed by President Trump, which would result in congressional map in Texas such that more of the seats in Texas from Texas will be held by Republicans. I know that's confusing, but there's 38 U.S. House members from Texas. They each represent part of Texas. It's up to the state legislature to draw the map of where each district is. Usually in the U.S., states redraw that map once every 10 years after the census. But backed by President Trump, who has said they want them to do this, Republicans in Texas say they're going to change the maps in the middle of the decade so that the map is more favorable to Republicans. And a common projection is that it would result in Republicans holding 30 of the 38 seats from Texas rather than 25 of the 38 seats which they currently hold. Some other states, including California, has said, the governor of California has said that if Texas does that, they might try something similar in California to benefit Democrats. So other states might do it if Texas does it. Unconventional, not the usual for it to be done in the middle of a decade. But in Texas, you have to have a certain number of people physically there to have a vote. And if I think, I believe around roughly 50 Democrats have to leave to prevent a quorum. And that's what's happened. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment here. All right, so what I'm going to do is let's look at some of what the Texas House Democrats who went to New York had to say today. There's some in New York, there's some in Illinois, and there's some in Massachusetts. Thanks to Matt, by the way. Matt says, finally, Republicans are growing a pair in giving Democrats a taste of their own medicine. Arrest them all. That's what Matt says. Both Democratic and Republican-controlled states have in the past adjusted maps to benefit their own party in terms of congressional seats. It's called gerrymandering. It is rare for it to be done in the middle of a decade. Thank you, Stifler's dad, for your support and Heavenly Intervention and We Wow Here, our member. And John Mitchell Jr. and Johnny58. Also, shout out to our subscribers over on Facebook, like Susan Priest-Buchner, Chuck Mosca, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Robert Rial II, and Aaron Van Ness, and all of our, Sharon Klassen Goslin, all of our other subscribers over there. And really quick, our Twitch subscribers, shout out to you, people like Wall Street and Shaggy, Artful Nothing, Jazzy Renee, Touchy Burrito, guy from the, is it 207? There you go. Guy from the 207, Softball Paul, thank you. Softball Paul says, I thought they said they had other business too. Well, they're not meeting until tomorrow. They're supposed to discuss in the Texas House stuff related to the Texas floods as well. Chairman L. Mao, thanks for being a member. Nick Knack, for being a subscriber over there on Twitch. CC, Distant Galaxy, Wall Street, Shaggy, and all of our other subscribers over there. Thank you. Okay, let's check this out. This right here, we're going to show you right now. This was earlier today. I haven't even seen this yet. This is in New York. Earlier today, New York. This is House Democrats, Texas House Democrats with NY Governor Hochul. They did a press appearance here. So I want to show you this.
Leah represents to our capital, and I'll acknowledge who they are.
Okay, so let's watch some of this. This was earlier today. It's New York Governor Kathy Hochul in New York appearing with some of the Texas House members who have fled Texas.
Representative Lulu Flores, Representative Vicki Goodwin, Representative Cassandra Garcia Hernandez, Representative Yolanda Jones, Representative Miklea Pelesa, Representative Suleiman Lamani. Remember those names. Those are the 2025 candidates, in my opinion, for profiles and courage. I'm proud to be joined by Carl Speaker Heastie. We've had a robust conversation. First of all, I hosted them at the governor's residence early this morning to make sure they were well fed with New York food, as well as giving them the opportunity to see a home that Franklin Roosevelt once lived in. For inspiration, as I'm inspired every day about knowing who we're fighting for and who we're fighting against. These brave public servants are taking a stand, a strong stand, against a blatant power grab that's happening in their state as we speak. And this will have implications, not just in Texas, but for our entire nation and its future. First of all, by breaking quorum, using a legitimate form of government, correct? We've talked about this. This is not breaking the law. This is a legitimate process that has been used before. By breaking quorum and being here today, these legislators are getting into what John Lewis might call good trouble. Good trouble is the best kind of trouble. You know why? Because now that you have the Attorney General, the Texas Attorney General, who, by the way, is obsessed with going after doctors in our state who are simply providing medication abortion assistance to people who are denied that by their own states. Now he's threatened to arrest each and every one of them if they don't return to Austin. But they're being asked to return to vote for a radical redrawing of the congressional lines that were already adopted. They're being adopted in favor of Republicans. And of course, where did this come from? Well, Donald Trump came up with this scheme, perhaps with some help with AI, I don't know. But they have literally redrawn 5 congressional districts, primarily representing communities of color that need the representation. They've drawn racist lines to disenfranchise millions of Texans. So what does this have to do with the state of New York? It's a good question. I'll tell you this. The last 6 months, Donald Trump and his cowardly Republican enablers have pursued an agenda that has destroyed all we hold dear in this country. It's harmed the American people, but also the people I represent in the state of New York. They've denied life-saving health care to millions of people. They've denied food to poor children. Why? All this to give tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. And also now they're crushing the middle class with tariffs, which are simply poorly disguised taxes. We're hearing the news today how everything is going to go up. A backpack that you could have bought for just $30 in May is now $50 for moms and dads getting ready for back-to-school shopping. That's the direct impact on New Yorkers and Americans. But also at the same time, in our states and many others, they're sending masked, armed individuals to snatch law-abiding residents off the streets as their own children scream in terror. That is happening on the streets of our great country. So people are basically disgusted. They're disgusted with this trampling of their basic human rights, rights that we've always cherished and fought for in this country. And that is precisely why New York has a strong interest in what is occurring almost across the country in Texas. And I have news flash for Republicans in Texas. This is no longer the Wild West. We're not going to tolerate our democracy being stolen in a modern-day stagecoach hoist by a bunch of law-breaking cowboys. Americans don't want a system that's stacked against them. They believe in fairness. It's fundamental. And I'll tell you this, they're done with the chaos. They're done with the cruelty. And I would say they're ready to vote Republicans out of power in Washington, certainly in the upcoming 2026 elections. Republicans know this. They've seen the polls. They know they're sliding downhill because Americans are rejecting their policies. So this is why they're fighting. They know they'll lose the elections, but to subvert the will of the people, they're hell-bent on rigging the system. Rigging the system is un-American. Congressional districts are never redrawn mid-decade as they so they can hold on to power. And with that power, they're going to inflict even more pain. And they'd rather eliminate fairness in the system than to proceed knowing they're going to lose. They'd rather silence voters than serve them. From my perspective, to refuse to stand up and fight for our democracy as we are joining in solidarity with our friends from Texas means one thing. You won't fight for democracy, you're doomed to lose it. For almost 250 years, our democratic experience has been fought for, and it's endured. As governor of a state where many of those early battles took place, we're commemorating them next year. Those battles for freedom were here. That's why I cannot stand by and let this happen while Donald Trump and his co-conspirator, Greg Abbott, erode our democracy and drag us toward authoritarianism. Now, what Texas and Republican states are doing at the direction of Donald Trump, I say is nothing short of a legal insurrection against our capital. Legal meaning they're using the legal process. Does not mean it's legal, and it must be stopped. If Republicans are willing to rewrite these rules to give themselves an advantage, then they're leaving us no choice. We must do the same. There's a phrase, you have to fight fire with fire. That is a true statement of how we're feeling right now. And as I've said, another overused but applicable phrase, all's fair in love and war. That's why I'm exploring with our leaders every option to redraw our state congressional lines as soon as possible. Our state legislative leaders, Carol Heastie, Majority Leader Andre Stewart Cousins, they're on board, as are their members. We're already working on a legislative process, reviewing our legal strategies, and we'll do everything in our power to stop this brazen assault. As I mentioned, these are profiles in courage sitting with me here today. They left their homes, left their families, left their loved ones in a world of uncertainty. But our history is defined by people who are brave patriots, who will not accept the status quo, who believe they must use their voices and their positions to stand up for others. And I could not be prouder to have an opportunity to meet them, each and every one of them, and hear their personal stories. And I thank them so much for making this journey. You are on the right side of history. And you're not alone. Thank you. We are in solidarity with each and every one of you and your colleagues in another state, hosted by my great friend, J.B. Pritzker, who welcome you as well. As I said, history will judge us on how we respond to this moment. But here in New York, we will not stand on the sidelines with the timid souls on the sidelines who don't care, will not invest their heart and soul into this battle. This is a war. We are at war. And that's why the gloves are off, and I say, bring it on. With that, let me turn it over to our great speaker, Kyle Hasty.
So thank you, Governor, and thank you to our great colleagues from the great state of Texas. I'm a fan of something big in Texas. As, everybody knows I'm one of the bigger Cowboy fans, but today I'm
We're not going to go there. You cannot say that sitting next to me.
I'm a Bills fan as long as they don't play against the Cowboys. But we're here for a serious moment in time, and all things are connected. Democrats and some of the editorial boards of some of the very newspapers who are here keep telling us to play fair. And it's very difficult to say play fair when your opponents are playing dirty and using every tool in their tool shed, toolbox to kind of undermine democracy. Since this guy's been sworn in, there's no respect for the Constitution, there's no respect for people, and this, what's happening in Texas is just another prime example. And what we're proposing, that maybe what we bring before the voters in 2027, hope not to have to use it. But sometimes the best way to get a bully to stop being a bully is to remind them that they could also be bullied. So perhaps the Republican members of Congress here in New York could say to their Republican colleagues in Texas, hey, slow down on this because this can also affect us. We'd like the world to play fair. Democracy should be fair. But what we're learning, and again, we're only, God help us, 8 months into this horror movie of this presidency administration, is that big disgusting bill that they're trying to fool people that thinks is good. It's just nothing more but just another giveaway to the richest of the rich in this country. And so they're trying to fool us by saying, well, we're going to go on with gerrymander and take out Democrats, and you'll hear from my good colleague Representative Jones will tell you the members of Congress that are under attack and who they're looking to get rid of. It's just unfair. It's sickening. Like I said, it's really like being in a bad movie of just a hostile takeover of what is supposed to be the greatest country in this world. So sad that we have to be here. But I say to all of you, all of the press here, your editorial boards, keep asking us to be fair and play fair. And I think that's the wrong thing to ask us to do. So with that, I'm going to turn over to my colleague, the leader of the Democrats in the Texas House, Representative Plesa.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Mihaela Plesa, and I proudly serve as the Vice Chair of the House Democratic Caucus and the constituents of House District 70 in Collin County. I just want to thank you for standing with us today and for your leadership. Your continued support reminds us that the fight to protect democracy is not confined to one state. The fight is for all 50, and I'm proud to stand with you. I'm joined here by my colleagues of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, public servants who came to this work not to chase power, but to protect people. I'm proud to stand beside them in this moment of national urgency. But before we get into the redistricting crisis in Texas, I want to acknowledge something else that we share in common that connects us, and that's the recent flooding that happened in both of our states. New York just experienced flooding. They put people over policies, and they declared a state of emergency. In Texas, today marks the 1-month anniversary where over 130 people died, the majority of them being children. An incident that our governor has still failed to attend any funerals for the victims. People are rebuilding their lives. Their homes have been destroyed. They're burying their children. Some of them only have the snuffies that their children were clinging on to for support. Did you guys know that there's a nonprofit that's been started in our state that's trying to help parents find those stuffed animals because it's the last thing their children had? Today on the House floor, House Republicans did not want to put flood relief, disaster relief. They didn't want to do anything for the people of Texas. They're bending the knee to President Donald Trump. The first bill put on the calendar today was a redistricting bill, an attempt to steal power. This cannot be allowed to stand. The playing field has changed, not just for Democrats, but all Americans, and it's time to meet them on the new field. Governor Abbott formed a select committee on redistricting. That committee held 9 meetings. We also had a committee on flood relief. That committee only held 2 meetings. That shows you what our governor is focused on, what House Republicans are focused on. It's not the people of Texas. It's the people in power and how to keep that power. I remember when Trump called Georgia. He called the Secretary of State. He told them, I need to just find 11,780 votes. What did Georgia say? No. Well, Donald Trump called our governor, and he said, I just need a small change. I just need you to send me 5 congressional members. And what did our governor say? Sure. Give me a minute. Coming right up. We were sent to the Capitol to serve the people, not political parties. While Texas are waiting for relief, Republican leaders are redrawing maps to silence voters, hijack our democracy. And this doesn't stop with Texas. If Trump and Abbott secede, it will, give them 5 seats. But then, where else do they go? Ohio? Missouri? Any other Republican legislature with Democratic congresspeople? They're on the chopping block too. Is that fair? Is that just? The fight isn't just about lines on a map. It's about lives on the line. That's why we're here. That's why we're fighting. It's about democracy. It affects every single American. We need Democrats across the country in state houses, in Congresses, in communities to say loud and clear, this is not who we are. And this is not what we will accept. This is a rallying cry. This isn't just about the people who voted for us. It's about every American who believes that the power belongs to the people, not one man, not a king. And I will not allow this one man to rewrite the rules of our democracy behind closed doors. This is about representation, about fairness, and about the integrity of our elections. We are not here to resist. We are here to fight. And we are asking for your help in this fight. Thank you so much, Governor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll take questions now from the press. And again, you can hear the depth of passion, how strongly people feel about being on the front line of this fight, even at their own personal cost. And I call on all Americans who love our democracy to stand with the Democrats in Texas at this hour of need. Support them any way you can. And I assure you that the people of the great state of New York will be there with you on the front lines of this war to save all that is great about our country, including its democracy, which has endured for 250 years.
I'm curious, last decade we redid redistricting, hard to say. Do you think, given this situation where we've had these court battles, everything, that in this 2027 amendment that you may put forward, that the Independent Redistricting Commission should be disbanded or changed in some way so that you don't have to go through that again in 32?
Yes. I'm tired of fighting this fight with my hand tied behind my back. With all due respect to the good government groups, politics is a political process. And to think that we're going to do this with a purity test and make sure it's completely fair to everybody involved. The reason we are able to draw the lines because we're Democrats, because the majority of people in this state selected us, elected us to be leaders. And when we say that we cannot use that power to its fullest, then we're abdicating the responsibility that we all have. Republicans take over the legislature, they can have at it. But until then, we're in charge, and we're sick and tired of being pushed around when other states don't have the same aspirations that we always have had. And I hold those dear. But I cannot ignore that the playing field has changed dramatically. And shame on us if we ignore that fact and cling tight to the vestiges of the past. That era is over. Donald Trump eliminated that forever.
For Representative Plessa and your colleagues from Texas, what is your response to Governor Abbott, accusing you all of, possibly committing a felony by being here and not returning to Austin by this afternoon? Is it safe to say you have no immediate plans and plan to stay here indefinitely?
Have you ever heard the saying, Texas says, come and get it, come and take it? That's what we're saying. Look, Governor is very good at manipulating the truth, right? And what he's saying is not completely accurate. He knows that we're using a tool that was given to us by the founders of the Texas Constitution. He knows what the rules are. And he's trying to manipulate the situation to make it play in his favor. It's not going to work. The people of Texas know, they've seen this playbook before, and they want fair maps. I told you, we had 9 hearings on redistricting. We had hundreds of Texans show up against these maps. It was a handful of people that testified in favor of these maps. I'm talking about 500 people that showed up on Friday. Texas Republicans didn't give them an access to have their voice heard. They limited debate in those hearings. So what I say to the governor is, you need to have better policies. You're not gonna just eliminate 20.
So let me be clear. I'm a lawyer. A part of my practice is criminal defense work. There is no felony in the Texas Penal Code for what he says. So respectfully, he's making up some shit, okay? He's trying to get sound bites, and he has no legal mechanism. And if he did, subpoenas from Texas don't work in New York, so he gonna come get us how? Subpoenas in Texas don't work in Chicago. He's gonna come get us how? So let me be clear. He's putting up smoke and mirrors, and I'm hopeful that the media doesn't follow that. I will also say this. I was on the redistricting committee. I sat in on the meetings. We had 3 sham hearings with no maps, where people were forced to testify that they were neutral on the maps because of our processes, when actually, I would say about 99.9% of the people were against it. So they set it up. So when the litigation happens, because it's going to happen, trust and believe, right? That there will be testimony saying that everybody was neutral on it, which is, excuse my French, a damn lie. Then, when they got the map on Wednesday, and let me be clear, it was the worst kept secret in Texas. I was on the redistricting committee, and I was wondering in January, why am I on the redistricting committee? I mean, it ain't a redistricting year. And we didn't meet once. Right? But this was always the backup plan, always. I sat in on the hearings. It was a joke. The chair of the redistricting committee, Cody Vasut, is a lawyer. In the legislature, he is the expert on points of order. He knows the law. Cody pays attention to detail. During the redistricting committee meetings, well, I hadn't looked at anything. I don't know. I ain't seen no maps. Yeah. Whatever you say. So you peeing on me and you telling me it's raining and you expect me to believe it. Wrong answer. When they finally had the one public hearing with the map, and the secret was out. The stuff is going to get filed on Wednesday, and we're going to have a marathon hearing on Friday, is what they said. The plan was filed on Wednesday, and they had a 10-hour meeting on Friday. And the thing that was the most offensive to me as a person who went to these and asked questions about these, and let me be clear, the districts that are targeted overwhelmingly are black districts, okay? They are pitting Jasmine Crockett against Mark Vesey, and they are pitting Al Green against CD18, where there's a black representative. If you don't know who sat in CD18, I live in CD18, by the way, Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Sylvester Turner. So those are the people they're trying to take out. So I'm real upset about it, and my constituents are real upset about it. But it's really interesting that the map person who says that some law firm drafted the maps and he don't know that much about the maps, I felt like I was in a bad edition of an episode of White Man's Burden. For the most part, he told us, grown people speaking to us as if we were kids, said to us, you need to be happy. We didn't have to give you any hearings in the first place, and we know what's best for you. Well, I respectfully submit that they don't know what's best for us. They do not know what's best for us. And let me also be clear. My constituents demanded that I be here. So you think I'm gonna listen to Donald Trump and Greg Abbott and Dan Patrick and the Attorney General who can't treat his wife right and who lies on documentation? So I think he needs to worry about going to jail. But my point is this: we, the Democratic contingent, we are paying attention to what our constituents are demanding of us. They've literally told us, if you don't quorum break, we will primary you. That's how important it is. People wonder, why should New York be concerned about what's going on in Texas? Why should anywhere be concerned with what's going on in Texas? I'm gonna tell you why. My grandmother says this: if you allow yourself to be a rug, people will step on you. No one was paying attention to North Carolina in 2024. There were 7 Republican Congresspeople, there were 7 Democratic Congresspeople. Guess what? The Republicans rigged the game in North Carolina, and they took 3 seats. I'm gonna say this one more again, that's Ebonics for those of y'all who don't speak it. They took 3 seats. Congress has a 3 Republican majority. Ding, 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 ding. So we weren't paying attention to what was going on in North Carolina, and look what we have. We got that big, ugly, terrible bill shoved down our throats. So guess what? I was paying attention. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Texas will not be North Carolina. We will not give him what we need. And we're marching, we ain't fleeing, we're fighting, and we are so incredibly thankful that the governor has hosted us, because we need allies.
Governor, is the state expending any resources on housing or feeding or anything for the Texas lawmakers that are here today?
I fed them breakfast. Don't know what that costs. If it's a problem, I'll take it out of my pocket.
Very delicious.
No, they're leaving today. And again, I do believe that there's going to be exorbitant legal expenses for them. It's $500 a day fine that they're already having to deal with. And so, we're looking at mechanisms where I can be supportive on the other side of the equation, not the government side, but the political side, and encourage others to step up and invest in these brave soldiers for our democracy.
And then building off Dan's question, voters did approve a clause in the state constitution that prohibits redistricting on the basis that benefits a particular party, a particular candidate. Should that stay, or should that go?
We'll be having those conversations about the exact wording, but I think if you ask voters in New York how they feel today versus how they felt back then, there has been a dramatic sea change in response to the onslaught of attacks from their own government in Washington, and they've had it. As I said, they've had it with the chaos, they've had it with the cuts, and they want us as their leaders to stand up for them, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Governor, why would it be unfair to say that New York Democrats are abandoning good government and good democracy in an effort to save democracy?
Well, that's an interesting question. But if that's what's called for, I will put saving democracy as my top priority at any cost, because it is under siege. Just like those who put on a uniform to fight in battles across the ages. For centuries, we've stood up and fought. Blood has been shed. This is our moment in 2025 to stand up for all that we hold dear and not let it be destroyed by a bunch of renegades in a place called Texas, which I respect these people, but we've had our battles with them, the Attorney General, the Senator. We know who we stand with. We stand with the people of this country.
So, if you all are leaving, where are you going next? If you're leaving New York, where are you going?
Don't tell them.
We have delegations all over the state. We're continuing to meet with Democratic governors. We're continuing to bring coalitions into the fold and educating people as to what's happening and letting them know that the rules have changed.
Are you staying in New York, though? Indefinitely?
Not all of us.
Are you staying past August 19th?
Is this an invitation?
Are you staying past
August 19th? On the advice of counsel. On the advice of counsel, I'm going to advise them not to disclose where they're heading next for obvious reasons. Grace, you had a question?
Yeah, well, I was just to say, so two questions. One, both kind of process-oriented. For the Texas representatives, so you plan to be kind of traveling around the country but not necessarily staying in New York for the foreseeable future? Is that correct?
Yeah, this is a war. We're building a coalition.
I'll just say, we're not going back to Texas right now.
That's right.
And we're not abandoning our jobs. I represent a Democratic district, and our voices deserve to be heard. I am representing, I am not abandoning my duties. I am doing my job. And Democrats have been shut out of the process over and over and over again, and Democratic voices have a right to be represented. And that's what I'm doing right now. I am representing my constituents, and I am doing my job and not abandoning.
Could y'all not ask them, like, what, it's like y'all are asking them to give what their game plan and strategy is, and this is very sensitive, so I would ask that y'all allow them and give them the respect to put together their strategy without letting their opponents know what that is.
But literally said they were just leaving.
They don't. You ask where they're going next.
But we also have a team. They dispatch us to wherever we go, and we go to save democracy.
You said that you're kind of exploring all of the options. What will those look like? What do you see as the options on the table for Democrats in New York State to change our maps?
Unlike other states like California and certainly Texas, we do have constraints that were put in place that the only way that we can change the timing on redistricting is to literally amend the New York State Constitution. There's a process involved in that. It requires an affirmative vote for 2 consecutive sessions of the legislature. Right now we're in the 2025-26 session. So a vote in 2025 or 2026 is the first step. 27, 28 is the next session. This could literally go on the ballot in the fall of 27 and be enacted in time for the congressional races in 2028 as well as the presidential. So it is not the timeline that I would have preferred, but it does shave off 4 years from what would other be the process. But we're going to also look at litigation strategies. We're in close conversations about options there. And so I would say this, we're considering all options right now.
Great, thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Mr. Speaker, you earlier said that you're asking editorial boards, I think you said a few moments ago, shouldn't ask you to quote unquote play fair. So just so I have this straight, or just so I'm clear, are you and the governor, are you saying that your plan is to quote unquote not play fair just because in Texas they're not playing fair? Are you concerned about a slippery slope?
The point that I'm trying to make is Democratic states have gone to independent redistricting commissions, and they're so, or say nonpartisan. In politics, there's no such thing as nonpartisan. So all I'm saying is I think it's difficult to ask New York, California, and other Democratic-leaning states to play nonpartisan while the Republicans play very partisan. That's the point I'm making.
Are you all staying past August 19th out of Texas? Are you going to remain out of Texas?
All right, I thought that was interesting. That was, so what that was, we just watched some of the Texas House members, Democrats, who have fled Texas, in New York with the Texas governor, with the New York governor, Kathy Hochul. And we heard from several of the Texas House Democrats talking about their point of view on the whole situation and why they've left the state to prevent Republicans in Texas from redistricting the congressional maps there and giving more seats to Republicans in the U.S. House from Texas. We also heard from Governor Hochul, who said that she wants, in the light of what's going on in Texas, she thinks that New York should do their own redistricting to respond to that. She said that a constitutional change, which she said was required to do the redistricting, would not be able to be done until the 2028, until it affects the 2028 election, not 2026. But she did say there were some other options they were exploring. By the way, if you were wondering, the New York U.S. House delegation is, I'm trying to get you the numbers on it. U.S. congressional. So in New York right now, there are 26 U.S. House members, 19 Democrat and 7 Republican. So if New York tries to do redistricting at some point, which Governor Hochul seems to want to do, they would presumably try to redraw the maps to reduce the those 7 Republican seats out of the 26 in New York. The 26 U.S. House representatives from New York. By the way, thanks to Allison Hargroves for your support. Allison says, just because you don't agree with what someone says doesn't mean you can't be civil. Everybody should be civil in our chats. I agree with her. Allison also said, I think Allison said something earlier like, she said, in my opinion, the real discussion should be about gerrymandering, not who did what in payback. She thinks gerrymandering in general, the drawing of the drawing of the districts within the state that benefit one party or the other. That happens with both Democrats and Republicans. But the specific, the big out of the ordinary feature in what Republicans are trying to do in Texas is they are trying to do a mid-decade redistricting, redrawing of the congressional map in Texas, the congressional district map, because normally states would do this once every 10 years. They did it 4 years ago in Texas. Normally states do it after the census, but Texas is attempting to do it now, before the 2026 election, to get more Republican seats out of Texas in the U.S. House. Oh, did Greg Abbott, one of our viewers, Kitty Donahue, said, so by the way, I believe warrants have been issued in Texas for the arrest of the members of the Texas House, the Democrats who have gone to other states. Those warrants, from my understanding, are not enforceable outside of Texas. The Texas Tribune actually posted about this, and they said that the warrants apply only within state lines. So, assuming that is correct, that you're not, and that's everything I've read about that says this. Everything I've read about this says that there is not power, that that Texas will not have the power to send law enforcement to other states and physically bring back the representatives. But I'll show you what Greg Abbott had to say. One of our viewers said he posted. Oh, here's what he said. Greg Abbott posted a screenshot. Hold on, I'll show you what he did. Hang on a moment here. Governor Abbott of Texas posted a screenshot that says Texas governor orders arrest of Democrats who fled the state. And Greg Abbott says more coming later today and tomorrow. I don't know what the more is. Oh, you know what he said? He said that maybe they will be charged with felony bribery charges. That's what he said yesterday. Hang on a second here. Remember, yesterday, Governor Abbott said, if you look at the bottom here, he said, in addition to abandoning their offices, these legislators may have also committed felonies. Many absentee Democrats are soliciting funds to evade the fines they will incur under House rules. Any Democrat who solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept such funds to assist in the violation of legislative duties for purposes of skipping a vote may have violated bribery laws. And he threatened to have them charged with felonies and then use his extradition authority to demand their return to Texas. Although, again, I cannot imagine a world in which Greg Abbott demands them extradited to Texas and states like Massachusetts and New York and Illinois actually comply with those extradition requests. Also, I see that Ken Paxton has released a statement. AZ, Intel, and others mentioned that Ken Paxton released a statement. He is the Republican Attorney General in Texas. So I'll show you what he had to say. Here is a statement from Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton. Instead of showing up to work and doing the jobs they were elected to do, House Democrat members have fled the state in a cowardly desertion of their responsibilities as elected officials. These jet-setting runaways abandoned Texas, abdicated their duties in the House, and sacrificed their constituents for a publicity stunt, said Paxton. I am prepared to do everything in my power to hold them accountable, because these liberal lawmakers are not above the law. It is imperative that they be swiftly arrested, punished, and face the full force of the law for turning their backs on the people of Texas. This press announcement also says, in 2021, Attorney General Paxton's office successfully secured a Texas Supreme Court ruling that held that the House could arrest absent members to secure their presence and establish a quorum. That ruling helped create the current legal framework, which allows for rogue lawmakers to be found, arrested, and brought back to the Capitol. Again, I don't believe this would apply to them being arrested outside of Texas. Attorney General Paxton will continue to use every legal tool at his disposal to enforce the law and stop the radical lawmakers from ignoring their duty to the people of Texas and breaking quorum. So that is from Ken Paxton. As I mentioned, according to this article by, I think it was Kyle Cheney in Politico, he says that Republicans, if they want to pass this redistricting, would need to do it by early December to be done in time for the 2026 election. think one of the viewers had mentioned maybe that's because of primaries. When are the primaries in Texas? For the U.S. House seats. Because you got to know the districts by then. When's the primary? I don't know. I know the election's in November of next year. I'm trying to find the date here. Anyways, that might be why. I mean, you could. Certainly you have to know the districts before you have the primaries. Here it is. The primaries are on, well, I'm trying to find it on the Texas site here. I don't know. I don't know when they are. Anyways, according to Politico, it needs to be done by early December, roughly 4 months from now. Now, I don't know if, so if these Texas House Democrats stay out of the state for 4 months, what Governor Abbott has said he's going to do, Governor Abbott has said he's going to try to evict them from their seats and replace them. That's what he said he's going to do. But apparently that would require him making requests in court, and the court would have to approve it. And I don't know if any of those requests are approved by a court. Could the Democrats appeal them? So I don't know what you'd really want to know is, what are the chances that could the Democrats actually prevent this from happening by holding out for 4 months, say, and not coming back for 4 months? And my answer is, I do not know. I will post again a link to one article that talks about this in Politico today, about the legal background to this. Thank you, In the Wind, by the way. Some of our viewers are claiming that Texas Rangers can legally arrest people outside of Texas. I have not seen a single article that said that that's possible. So I don't know where you're getting that from. I've read a bunch of articles on that. I have not seen a single article that claimed that Texas Rangers could go into another state and arrest somebody and take them away. I would think that if that were a live possibility, it would be discussed frequently. Now, I'm not going to say I know for sure. I don't. I'm not a legal expert, and I'm not a legal expert about Texas and about other states. But I can tell you, I've read a lot about this the last few days, and I've not seen that come up anywhere. Now, perhaps there's some case where they could do it, which is not a case like this. They haven't been charged with any crimes, by the way. Mind you. They've not been charged with any crimes at this point. Thank you to In the Wind. If I see what a reliable source mention that this could happen, I will certainly let you know. I'm not sitting on things and not telling you them. But again, I just don't even see it being discussed. What I have seen brought up is some Texas House members reportedly have said they're concerned that President Trump could try to have federal agents do it. Now, I haven't heard President Trump talk about doing this. I don't know if there would be a legal basis for doing it. Even if there were not a legal basis, maybe the Trump administration could attempt to do it anyway and see what happens. But there have been reportedly House Democrats of Texas who did express concern that that could happen. That would obviously be a huge deal if that happened, or even if it was attempted. But that's a whole different thing. It's Me says if Crockett shows up in D.C., she will be arrested. So she is not a Texas House Democrat. She is a U.S. House representative from Texas. The people who have fled are Democratic members of the Texas House of Representatives. Thank you, It's Me, for your support. Also, I want to say thank you to a couple other people. Thank you to Thomas Ayala, our new member. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you to Jonathan Manson, Count Duckula, Sean Ryder, Chan the Man. Chan the Man says, this is a war, get Pam Bondi involved. What Chan is referring to is that Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, repeatedly referred to this situation as a war earlier today in the press conference which we watched. Thank you, Sydney, for the gift memberships. Thanks, Bebop and Rocksteady, our member. Thank you, Chris H., for your support. And I'm sorry, I'm a little behind on the thank yous. Tubular Mind Wave, who says you can't say you are sent to represent and then not represent the people in your districts. Now, look, we heard some representatives from Texas talk about this in their press conference. And I know one of them said, one of them said, I think it was Representative Jones, said, this is what my constituents want me to do. They told me I would be primaried if I didn't do this. Now, you might not agree with that, but I know that basic argument, I believe, is what multiple said, that this is what they feel they are representing their constituents. Thank you also, PZ Papa Zulu and Steve Otten. Hey, I owe a thank you to Steve Otten. Sorry for the delay, Steve. Steve said, I want to know how the bell in the Texas House of Representatives does not drive those Congress folk mad over time. Also, thanks to Ziggy Nardust over there on Twitch for your support. Ziggy says release the Epstein files and prosecute those who are covering it up. Compel Trump to stop the cover-up and save America. Thanks, Faith Takes You Far on Twitch and Softball Paul. I don't know that we're going to stay on the air. I mean, we saw there is supposed to be a Texas Democrat. It's a long time from now. I think there's supposed to be a Texas Democrat. I could take a break. At 7 o'clock Eastern time, there's supposed to be a Texas Democrat press conference in Chicago. Then also at 6:30, there's supposed to be a protest outside of Governor Abbott's mansion. I could also possibly take a break and then keep the stream up and then come back when that stuff happens. Because the protest outside of the governor's mansion is supposed to be started around 6:30 Eastern time, which is an hour and 15 minutes from now. So maybe I'll take a break and I might end up taking a break and come back. because I'd like to see that. But hold on a second. Hold on, guys. Here's a little more from Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott says, Governor Abbott of Texas says Texas House Democrats abandon their duty and are holding flood relief and property tax cuts hostage. The Texas House Democrat view, by the way, is that Governor Abbott did not have to, and Texas Republicans did not have to have the flood relief be voted on in the same session as the redistricting, and it's being done to pressure the House Democrats. Again, so two different views on this. Anyways, Governor Abbott says, Texas House Democrats abandon their duty and are holding flood relief and property tax cuts hostage. I ordered Texas DPS to arrest and return every derelict House Democrat to the Texas Capitol. This order will remain in effect until all missing Democrats are accounted for. Hang on a second here. Another drummer says, why don't Democrats just vote no? Because they won't have enough no votes to stop it. So the only thing they can do is prevent there from being enough people to even take the vote, which they have done. There's a certain amount of people that need to be there. What is it, 2/3? Do 100 need to be there? But there's a certain amount of representatives that need to be there, and enough Democrats have left. While they're not going to win the vote, they can have enough leave to prevent the vote from taking place. Lizzie Maxfield says this isn't how you win elections. She's talking about the Democrats. OU Mike thinks the Democrats are cowards. Ib Fit in Two Bounce thinks Abbott doesn't care about flood relief and property taxes. Give me a break. Thank you, the cars are. I appreciate your support. The cars are. Thank you. Hang on a second here. I believe the previous times this happened, the times this happened in 2003 and 2021, I think it was, I believe both those times enough Democrats came back to allow the vote to happen. Yeah, in 2021, enough of them came back. Right. So the Washington Post, I'm looking at an article right now. In 2003 and 2021, Democrats fled the state to prevent a vote. In 2003 over a redistricting plan, and in 2021 over voting legislation, but in both cases enough Democrats eventually returned. I don't know that that's going to happen this time. The cases, they're different cases. So, I mean, a Democrat can return if they want to. It's up to them. There's politics involved here, obviously. But at least at the moment, I'm not seeing any reports suggesting that any Democrats are returning anytime soon. Just because 2003 and 2021 ended up one way, maybe the politics are different enough this time that none of them will want to come back. I don't know. Yes, as Donald D. Nice says, they face a $500 a day fine. Okay, here's what I think we should do. I think we should take a little break, okay? So again, what's going on? I'm going to leave the stream up. I'm not going to end the stream. But what's going on again is Texas House Democrats, I think over 50 of them, have fled Texas to prevent the Texas Republicans in the Texas state legislature from approving a redrawing of the congressional map in Texas that would end up, from various reports suggest, it would end up giving around 5 more seats to Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives. Texas has 38 representatives in the U.S. House. Right now, 25 of them are Republicans. But with these maps redrawn, there is I don't know if it's not certain, but there are a lot of analysis suggests that around 5 seats. A lot of conventional wisdom suggests that 5 seats they would get 5 more seats out of this redrawing of the lines. And it would be 30 of the 38 representatives would be Republican. Now, in the past, both Democratic and Republican-controlled states have drawn favorable maps, congressional maps, in their state. But what makes this kind of unique is that usually in states, they redraw their map every 10 years after the census. In this case, Texas is proposing to do this in the middle of the decade. And also when the power has not changed party hands in the state. That is unusual to have it happen in the middle of the decade. And there's some Democratic states like New York and California who are saying, well, if they do this, we're going to do it. And then there are some other Republican states, for example, Ohio, where there's talk of it happening there. So we have been covering this, and we're going to cover it. But coming up at 7 o'clock, there's going to be, I don't know if it's 6:45 or 7. 6:45 or 7, there's going to be a press conference of Texas House Democrats in Ohio. And then at 6:30, I'm supposed to get footage at 6:30 of a protest outside the Texas governor's mansion over redistricting efforts. So my thought was, why don't I take a break here and come back in a little bit? If there's other big news, I can end this stream and cover that. But we're on the air anyway. I'll put something on the screen and say Steve is taking a break, but he'll be back. He will be back to cover the Texas House Democrat press conference and possible protest in Texas. And maybe I'll say I'll come back around by 6:30 Eastern time. Let's do that. Why don't we say that? And in the meantime, I'll put up on the screen this. I'll say Steve will be back by 6:30 p.m. ET to cover the Texas Democrats press conference and a possible protest. How does that sound? So I'll leave the stream up, and people can hang out if you want, or you can come back if you want. By the way, I really appreciate all of our moderators who have been here, like Janet B. and Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube, Beth Mythical, and Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X moderate for us. On Twitch, I Got That Fire, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev. On Facebook, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, who been moderating over there. Hopefully I'm getting everybody. Yeah, so we're going to leave the stream. We're going to leave the stream going. And I'll be back in a little bit. And also, hey, shout out to some of our YouTube members like Big Mike, Liz, Cruella, Raven Knight, Eliza Jane, Context Clueless, CAC813, JD63, Songbird, AJ, I Need Some Skooma, Austin Batman, Squirrel, Jerry Kovacs, Marcia Braga, Dean R, JD63, Cruella, and others. Okay, so let me take a short break. Again, I'm leaving the stream up. I'm leaving it on the screen. You can hang out in the chats. I will be back by 6:30, maybe a bit before then, to cover the press conference of the Texas Democrats and a possible protest that's going to happen maybe outside of Governor Abbott's house, from what I'm hearing. Okay, and I'll keep an eye on other news as well. You know, if something else huge happens, we can always end this stream and then cover that. All right, so hang out. I'll be back in a little bit, and I'll see you guys in a little bit on this stream. Hello, everyone. We're back. We're actually back. All right. So we need to. There is a press conference coming up for the Texas House Democrats. I think that's at 7. Let me see if I can figure out exactly where that is. Hang on. All right, so this we can get rid of. And then there possibly is going to be a protest at Governor Abbott's house, which we may have video of in about 10 minutes. We're supposed to. Let me just check here and see if I can get a definite time for the House Democrat press conference. So we're doing some bonus coverage. We'll stay on the air a little longer so we can cover this stuff. Because the House Democrats Texas House Democrats are supposed to speak in, well, 7 o'clock or before Eastern time. So thank you for being with us. We're covering the story where Texas House Democrats have fled Texas to prevent Republicans from voting on redistricting, on changing the congressional maps in Texas in a way that would give more seats to Republicans, presumably. And states normally do this once every 10 years, but this would be in the middle of the decade, which is not usual. So we showed what happened in the Texas House of Representatives before. We showed that earlier today. They met for a few minutes and they approved, I think, warrants of arrest for the missing members. But then they adjourned until tomorrow. But those warrants, I don't believe, can be carried out outside of Texas. Yeah, so Governor Abbott has approved arrest warrants, but they can't be carried out outside of Texas. So. Hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Let me also see if I have any updated reporting on what's going on there. So just give me a second here. Thanks for your patience. Yes, Texas House Republicans vote to issue civil arrest warrants for fleeing Democrats. Let me talk about that. Here you go, right here, update. Washington Post. Texas House Republicans vote to issue civil arrest warrants for fleeing Democrats. Texas House Republicans voted today to issue civil arrest warrants for Democrats who fled the state to try to stop GOP leaders from redrawing the congressional map, stepping up pressure on them to return. I don't know in actuality, does it step up pressure on them? Because I'm guessing they knew this was coming. Addressing a partially empty chamber Monday afternoon, State House Speaker Dustin Burrows, we watched this earlier, said he was prepared to sign such warrants as he accused Democrats of shirking their responsibilities. To those who are absent, return now, he said. After the chamber voted, it quickly adjourned until tomorrow. Officials will have difficulty arresting the Democrats, however, because most of them are in suburban Chicago and beyond the jurisdiction of Texas authorities. Most of the Democrats in the Texas State House exited the state yesterday. Many arrived in Chicago yesterday to prevent Republicans from overhauling the state's map to give themselves 5 more safe GOP seats at President Trump's urging. Yesterday, Greg Abbott, the governor, threatened to try to expel Democrats from their posts. Some legal scholar, he said that he would attempt to do so if they weren't there today, and they weren't there today. Some legal scholars question whether courts would go along with any attempt to eject the absent lawmakers from office, says the Post. The showdown over the past 24 hours was the latest turn in a highly charged partisan battle that has attracted national attention. Democrats said Abbott's warnings were bluster and said they were committed to staying away for 2 weeks when the 30-day special session is expected to end. Republicans hold the upper hand because Abbott could call more special sessions, and Democrats have not said whether they have the wherewithal to repeatedly leave the state for months. So, again, Politico reported that this would need to be done, that for this redistricting to be done by 2020, in time for the 2026 election, it would need to be done by early December, about 4 months from now. Do the Democrats have the means monetarily, because I think it's a $500 fine per day. So if it's $500 per day, that's roughly $15,000 per month. In 4 months would be about $60,000. Also, maybe they can't be away from their families and all that. So how long can Democrats stay away for? I do not know. Abbott cited a 2021 opinion from State Attorney General Ken Paxton in his letter to contend that courts could determine that Democrats had abandoned their duties and given up their jobs. That would allow Abbott to call special elections to replace them. But who would win the special elections, and would they show up? University of Notre Dame law professor Derek Muller said Abbott could not remove lawmakers on his own and would need the courts to go along with his plan. While Abbott and other Republicans could argue that Democrats had abandoned their duties, those lawmakers would have a chance to make the case that they were representing their constituents by denying the majority the quorum it needs to operate, he added. Muller from Notre Dame Law said, this is not a unilateral action of the governor. Even if you go to a court, you're going to have to make a showing that I think is going to be tough to make. Samuel Issacharoff from New York University School of Law, who has observed Texas redistricting battles for more than 30 years, said the governor's authority to order legislators to be arrested or to remove them from office is at best unclear. Should Abbott make good on his threats, he said, it would force a confrontation in the Texas courts or a political confrontation. So unclear if he has the authority to replace them or arrest them. The escalating dispute kicked off last month when Abbott called a special session at the urging of Trump to redraw the state's congressional map just 4 years after lawmakers adopted it. Ordinarily, states adopt maps once a decade after the census details population shifts around the country. How states draw districts helps determine which party has an advantage, and now Texas Republicans want 5 more seats to bolster the 25 they have out of the state's 38 seats. Republicans hope a new map could protect their narrow 219 to 212 House majority next year in the midterm elections, which typically are tough for the president's party. Oh, here's about the quorum. By leaving, Texas Democrats have thwarted the plan for now. At least 2/3 of the members of the Texas House, 100 of 150, must be present for lawmakers to take action. That means 51 of the 62 Democrats can block the Republicans from advancing their plans, and 57 have left the state. 57 have left the state. Most are in Chicago, but some are in Boston and Albany, New York. Each absent Democrat, as we were saying before, faces a $500 daily fine, an amount that in 2 weeks would nearly match the annual $7,200 salary Texas lawmakers are paid. Abbott said Democrats risked violating bribery statutes if they solicited funds to help pay their fines. Representative Gene Wu, chairman of the Democratic caucus in the Texas House, said Democrats were using legal ways to defray their costs while they were away, but did not provide details of what they are doing. Abbott said he could try to extradite Democrats from other states. Wu said he did not believe Texas officials and federal authorities have the power to force Democrats back to Texas, but worries they could try. There's a little summary of what's going on. Democrats who control other states are threatening to retaliate by drawing new maps of their own if Texas Republicans carry out their plan, like California. On Monday, the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee called on Democratic state lawmakers to prepare for carving up their states. Democrats in California have said they could hold a special election in November to ask voters to adopt a ballot measure that would give Democrats more favorable districts next year. Republicans in Ohio plan to redraw their map soon, and other states could join the fray as well. The governor of Illinois has said he's considering all options. Kathy Hochul of New York, governor, says she is exploring options. That is from the Washington Post. Donna says they're asking Act Blue for donations. Who is asking? I'm not sure. I don't want to misread your post. Oh, look, there's a protest, breaking news, protest outside of the Texas governor's mansion. Hang on, I'm going to get you video of this. You know what? I got to grab my earbuds because I was having issues with my other earbuds. Hold on 1 second. Give me 20 seconds. Hold on, I'll get you video of the protest. Hold on. Protest in Texas outside of Governor Abbott's house. Hold on, I'm going to get my earbuds going, and I'm going to show you the video of this. Let's take a look at this video. Just need to do this here. We might pause for 2 seconds. Here we go. Let's get this on the screen. Here it is. Hold on. Here's the protest.
A little bit less of a speaking program, a little less talking, a little more marching today. And I want to thank all the elected officials here, including Constable George Morales, Constable Stacey Suits, and others for being here with us. But let's be really clear about what's going on. Imagine for a moment in another country if there was a corrupt president that was trying to drastically change the elections laws right before an election, and then his political ally threatened to remove all the elected officials from an opposition party in order to get it done. we would say that in that other country, democracy was on its last legs. But that's not happening in another country. That's happening right now in America. That's what we're facing. That's what Texans are facing. And that's why we're going to fight like hell to stop it. People all over the country have been searching for leadership right now, leadership that's willing to put it all on the line when Trump is trying to gain authoritarian power in this country. And now the nation is seeing that leadership from our Texas Democrats that have broken quorum. And it's not just them that broke quorum, but it was your support as their constituents that built the kind of courage that we saw last night for the Texas Democrats. That courage is inspiring more courage across the country. I believe more governors will follow Gavin Newsom's lead and say we're going to fight fire with fire. We are not going to let Abbott just run over our votes.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. Really quick, I forgot to thank a couple people. Thanks so much for your support. Polite Rude Guy, John DFW. John says the Democrats fled to Illinois, the most gerrymandered state in the country. Yes, both Democrats and Republicans have in the past gerrymandered, changed boundaries in their state to favor their parties. A big one thing that's uncommon in what the Republicans are trying to do in Texas, whatever you think about it, is that they want to do it in the middle of the decade, because normally states, whether Republican or Democrat, do it once a decade. The proposal in Texas is to do it in the middle of the decade, 4 years after it was last adjusted by the Republicans. Thank you so much, John DFW, also Polite Rude Guy, Brandy, Donna Smith for the gift memberships, Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships. Thank you. Also, MetaGuide. I really appreciate it. Thank you, MetaGuide. MetaGuide says, with the amount of people who have moved to Texas from Democrat-run states, we probably need redistricting here in Texas. The state is growing fast. All right, let me turn the volume back up.
What do we want? Fair maps! When do we want them? Now! What do we want? Fair maps! When do we want them? Now! What do we want? Fair maps! When do we want it? Now! And then another really good classic picket line song that I learned from the labor movement is, hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump and Abbott have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump and Abbott have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump and Abbott have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump and Abbott have got to go. What we'll do is we'll march in a picket this way, circle back, march in a picket that way. They thought they could keep us away from the governor's mansion by locking those doors, but we're just going to use the parking lot right here. Am I right, y'all? All right, well, let's hear from Congressman Lloyd Doggett before we get this whole thing picked up.
All right, first we get all the technology here. Well, first, Greg, thank you very much for organizing this and bringing us together, because we are determined, just as you said, not to be divided by anyone, but to stand up and fight together against this travesty. You know, so often at gatherings, Greg gave us some of our greatest calls, but so often as we're marching down the street on various causes, we are saying, this is what democracy looks like. And this is, this afternoon, what democracy looks like here, and that is what tyranny looks like. This afternoon, as a member of the litigation task force for our Democratic caucus, I got a letter from Democracy Forward, the leading group that has been taking on the Trump administration successfully in courts all over the country. A letter directed to the governor, telling him, as we are, that he is not a king. In fact, I view him as far less than a king. I see him as basically an errand boy for President Trump. He didn't ask for this map. He's just following orders. These guys over across the street that Greg and I testified in front of, they didn't ask for this map. It wasn't a Texas Republican map. They're just following orders. And the orders are coming from someone who wants to amass all the power in his hands.
They need to come from us.
And then that's right, it does need to come from us. As you say, people first, politics last. And I'll say, perhaps on a lighter note, this is not my first quorum break. I had an opportunity a few years back to be a killer bee.
One of the things, fortunately, they call us the killer bees and not the killer cockroaches. And one of the things that they said about the killer bees was you could never tell where they were going to sting next. That's what we want to say about our colleagues that are up there in Illinois. You can't tell what they're going to do next, but you know they're going to be on our side, standing up for democracy. And no matter what ultimately happens on these maps, as far as I'm concerned, they've already achieved success in bringing to the attention of the American people that this is even bigger than Texas. And if we keep working together, we're going to push back from California to Maryland to Washington State, and together we're going to turn the tide, and we're going to tell Donald Trump he's not a king either. Thank you.
We're going to start headed that way, circle on back, and picket this damn governor's mansion. Ready? All right. Hey, hey. Ho, ho.
I'm muted, sorry. What I was saying is this is a protest at the governor's mansion in Texas, which you're seeing right now, over this proposed redistricting by the Republicans. And there's also coming up a Texas Democrats press conference, which will either be at 6:45 Eastern or 7 Eastern. So hold on a second here. I need to do this. So I'm planning on bringing you that. I'm not aware that there is if like Greg Abbott gives a press conference, I'll show it to you. I'm not keeping that from you, but these are the live events I have related to this right now. So I want you to see what was going on there. Oh, one of our viewers said it's 89 degrees there, Austin Batman said. It is 89 degrees Fahrenheit in Austin. Oh, hold on. I think there's an update from Greg Abbott. Update. We have an update for you. Update for you. Greg Abbott says, Governor Abbott says, directed the Texas Rangers to investigate fleeing House Democrats for potential violations of Texas law. Any Democrat who solicited or accepted funds to break quorum may have violated bribery laws. Texas Rangers must quickly send any findings to the appropriate prosecutors. The press release says, under the Texas Penal Code, any of those Democrats who solicit, accept, or agree to accept such funds to assist in the violation of legislative duties or for purposes of skipping a vote may have violated bribery laws. Also, it could be a bribery violation for any other person who offers, provides, or agrees to provide such funds to fleeing Democrat House members. The Texas Rangers were instructed to quickly complete the investigation and to prepare the paperwork to be sent to the appropriate prosecutors. Big Mike thinks it won't hold up in court. Tomar says, how does the calculation work to determine the number of seats per district? Well, there's 1 seat per district. Based on the U.S. population numbers in the census, that tells you how many seats there are in each state. And then it is up to the state to divide the state up into different districts, where one seat represents each district. I think they have some leeway in the districts. I don't know the specifics. My guess is that they couldn't reasonably do a one-person district, for example, but I don't know the exact constraints they need to follow for the districts. But there's certainly leeway, because that allows them to redistrict, to remap the districts. Here again is this protest that's going on at the governor's mansion. Thanks so much to Iris Sweetness for the gift membership. That's really kind of you. Iris Sweetness, thanks for the gift memberships. Thanks also Noodle Soup for subscribing. So we are, shortly, we're going to have the Texas Democrats press conference for you. We'll see if they respond to Greg Abbott saying he is investigating them for bribery. By the way, Governor Abbott said that the Texas Rangers will be investigating. I believe that's state police in Texas. Texas Rangers, according to Wikipedia, they are an investigative law enforcement agency with statewide jurisdiction in the U.S. state of Texas. I'll see what it says on their website. The Texas Rangers website says the Texas Rangers conduct major violent crime, public corruption, cold case, and officer-involved shooting investigations and oversee the department's border security and tactical and crisis negotiation programs. It's the primary criminal investigative branch of the Texas Department of Public Safety. Oh, hold on. Talk. This is a protest going on outside the governor's mansion in Austin, Texas. JL says state troopers are DPS. Our viewer Mike Wise mentioned that The Hill had an article on the financial aspects of the fines that the Texas Democrats could face.
recorded and widespread. I'm sick of seeing a shield that I used to wear proudly rust into a star of apathy before my very eyes. I feel sick, Texas, of feckless politicians who govern but do not care, who tax but do not support, who threaten but do not listen. Our state has so many problems to address. So many people of all races, genders, nationalities, and sexualities are suffering. The Republicans representing those people suffering in their own districts are now fighting. Not fighting for those who elected them into the office, but fighting to give them away. Republicans, they are fighting to give you away, to sell entire communities away without a care for those campaign promises they inundated you with on TV. It's not that they don't want you to, it's not that they want you to suffer, it's that they truly do not care. I feel sick today, but I know that this ailment we face together does not have to be fatal. We do not have to fall into hate with one another. We do not need to find relief for our suffering in order, where I always comes before you. I have spent the last month working with people from across the state and country, volunteering for those people forgotten and abandoned by their government. The government who now seeks to abandon them even further. The symptoms of this ailment are concentration camps, pedophilia protection, stripping of women's rights, fear of LGBTQ+ people, continued dismissal of indigenous people, and the abandoning of all those people not deemed financially worthy to support. The symptoms are not the disease. The disease is a lack of leadership, plain and simple. Because leaders, as in the Marines, always eat last. Leaders sacrifice themselves for those who they ask to trust them. Cowards sacrifice others to enrich themselves. To Greg Abbott, I would like to inform you of one large misstep in your plan to segregate Texas into nice, separate, but equal districts. You should have tried for 6 seats, because my name is Dan Weber, and I'm running for U.S. Congress in the 21st district. And I will be taking Kid Roy's seat in the midterm election. No matter how much money you divert from the flood victims to buy more TV ads, the people here deserve better. The people at home deserve better. The people unhoused deserve better. All people deserve better. Thank you all for being the constant passion, commitment, empathy, and hope that pushed me to first speak on the Capitol steps 7 months ago, and that drive me to take your voice into the halls of Congress. Love is the antidote for hatred. Empathy is the antidote for ignorance. And you are the antidote for tyranny. Who wants to hear some more of that? We're not here just defending our seats. This is about something much bigger than any one member of Congress or any politician. This is about the people of Texas. No matter how they draw these lines, they can't get rid of the people of Austin. They can't get rid of the people of Texas. So once we send the Greg Abbotts and the Donald Trumps the dustbin of history where they belong, we will build a new kind of Democratic Party that gets big money out of politics. And these corporate super PACs and start trading by politicians, finally raises the minimum wage to a living wage, and instead of taking rights away from people, how about we give people their rights back? We give our immigrant brothers and sisters a pathway to citizenship, fully recognize the rights of our LGBTQ family members, and yeah, maybe give everybody a right to a union and their vote. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Let's get marching back and forth, y'all. Democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what
Okay, so we actually have video from the Texas Democrat press conference coming up. That's in Illinois. Hang on a second. Let me just fix this here. There we go. There we go. That's video from the Texas Democrat press conference, which is coming up, I think, in about 10 minutes. So we will bring you live coverage of that so you can hear what some of those Texas House Democrats have to say. Again, I am not aware of like a governor press conference going on now or a Texas Republican press conference going on now. If I had it, I would show it to you. So, but these are the things I have access to right now. Yes, we have talked about the warrants for their arrest multiple times in the last 45 minutes or so. Those warrants cannot be enforced outside of Texas. By Texas law enforcement. I mean, there's been talk that maybe federal law enforcement could try to get involved. I mean, that would be a huge deal. But yeah, Governor Abbott ordered the arrest of Democrats who had fled the state. The House Democrats. He ordered Texas DPS to arrest them. He said, I ordered the Texas Department of Public Safety to locate, arrest, and return to the House chamber any member who has abandoned their duty to Texans. This order will remain in effect and return to the House chamber. That's the order. Arrest them and bring them to the House chamber, just so you know. It's not put them in jail. It's bring them to the House chamber. The order will remain in effect until all missing Democrat House members are accounted for and brought to the Texas Capitol. So that's what these arrest warrants are. They're the arrest warrants to bring them to the House chamber. Thanks to Schaff, by the way. Thank you, Schaff. I appreciate it. Thanks, Schaff. So again, very shortly, we're supposed to have the Texas Democrat press conference coming up, and we will show you that. You know, if you think about the numbers, the fines, if the there are 57 Democrats, House Democrats, who've left the state. They all face $500 fines per day. So that's like $3,500 per. So basically, if you do 50 times 5, right? It's more than this, but you're talking about $250,000 in fines a day. No, $225,000. $500 times 50. So over $25,000 a day total fines for the Democratic members. That's a day, which ends up being about roughly $200,000 for a week in total fines for all the members who are not there, who have fled. I see you says Pritzker is a billionaire. So certainly others may help out with their payment. We don't know. It's not clear what's going to happen with that. Let me check a couple things here. Again, we're waiting for the. We'll put it full screen when the House. You will hear from some of the Texas House Democrats themselves shortly. AP says, hold on, I'll give you a little summary from them. AP says, Texas governor threatens lawmakers who left the state over Trump-backed redistricting. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers have left Texas in an attempt to block the adoption of redrawn U.S. House maps sought by President Trump. Governor Abbott says he will begin trying to remove them from office. Well, he already is trying to do that. The Texas House, well, he said he's going to try to do that. The Texas House was unable today to vote on the maps after it fell short of the required quorum due to the Democrats' absence. The Republican-dominated Texas House also quickly issued civil arrest warrants for absent members, and Abbott ordered state troopers to help find and arrest them. But Democrats who are not in Texas are beyond the jurisdiction of state authorities, says AP. The revolt by the Texas Democrats, many of whom fled to Illinois or New York yesterday, and Abbott's threat ratcheted up a widening fight over congressional maps. The conflict has expanded to include Democratic governors who are floating the possibility of redrawing their own state's maps in retaliation. But their options are limited. Why did the Democrats flee from Texas? Because Texas Republicans are trying to pass a change to the state's congressional maps that would give Republicans more U.S. House seats from Texas and Democrats less U.S. House seats by redrawing the maps. And this would be, normally states redraw their maps once every 10 years, but this would be in the middle of the decade, which is rare, which normally does not happen. This comes after President Trump encouraged them to do this, to try to get more Republican seats in the House and maybe protect the House majority next year in the election. So Democrats have left because you need a certain number of people present to hold a vote called a quorum. And so they have left the state, so there's not enough people at the Texas House when they convene to actually have a vote. We will be hearing from some of those Texas House Democrats shortly. Wow. Oh, I think they're going to interview this guy. I think maybe they're going to interview this guy right now.
Yeah, I'm here with DNC getting video footage.
I'm glad. Good on you.
What neighborhood did you grow up here in Austin?
So I spent my entire adult life here in Austin, starting out on the east side of Walnut and MLK, and later Manor and Rogge, but born in Houston my whole adult life here. Okay, thank you.
Congressman, why is it important for you to be out here today?
Oh.
Governor Greg Abbott
Is he a congressman? Is that who he is? I'm sorry.
Wannabe dictator to remove Texas legislators from office simply for expressing an opinion different than his own. And here in Texas, we believe in democracy. The voters should be allowed to pick their state legislators. Governor Abbott doesn't get to kick out your state legislator and then put one of his cronies in. So Governor Abbott is doing something illegal, unconstitutional, and un-American.
And then tell me, what do you make of breaking quorum, this move that your colleagues have done?
The Texas Democrats here from the Austin area, all across the state, are doing something very brave. They are putting it all on the line and are democracy defenders. And they are inspiring us and people all across the state to mobilize to say, no, big money shouldn't get to pick our elected officials. Bullies like Donald Trump shouldn't get to pick our elected officials. The voters of our state get to pick our elected officials. Ever since Donald Trump got into office, he's been jacking up our prices. He's been taking away our healthcare dollars and then handing that to his billionaire buddies. We need to be able to hold him accountable in the upcoming elections. And Donald Trump's trying to make it so that those elections don't actually happen freely and fairly. This is a march to make sure we can hold him accountable and make sure that we can improve our lives rather than have Donald Trump dictate our lives.
What do you make of these civil arrest warrants that the governor has issued?
Governor Greg Abbott is a coward for saying that our law enforcement should go out and arrest our local elected officials. This is America. This is a place where you're not supposed to be sending law enforcement to go handcuff elected officials that you disagree with. Governor Greg Abbott, to be clear, for the folks watching, you're here with Reuters, or you're here with Reuters. To be clear, Governor Greg Abbott is threatening to essentially remove all of the elected officials from the opposition political party, the Democrats, and turn Texas into a one-party state. That's never happened before in our state's history, and we're not going to let that happen.
Some discussion about how redistricting would impact minority communities. Tell me more about that and how it would impact your constituents.
Donald Trump is trying to violate the Voting Rights Act and suppress voters of color here in Austin. And if he does it here in Austin, he'll want to try to spread that across America. That's why we're taking a stand right here outside the governor's mansion.
And to that point, why is it important to be here, this location, this setting?
In the course of just a couple of hours, we brought folks out on this hot day. They locked the gates on us. They didn't want us picketing in front of the governor's mansion, so we're picketing here in the parking lot.
Anything else you want to add, sir?
We're not going anywhere. Thank you.
That was Greg Casar. Greg, if I'm pronouncing it right, Greg Casar. He is a U.S. House representative from Texas. And shortly, we will show you the press conference coming up, the Texas Democrats press conference in Chicago. I can take off this now. As I said earlier, I don't know how this all plays out in Texas. So according to Politico, Texas Republicans would have to pass this redistricting map by early December to have it done in time for the 2026 election. So what happens if the Texas Democrats just stay away for 4 months? Can they prevent the Republicans from voting on it and passing it? How will that work? Is there something Republicans can do? So I don't know how this is going to all play out. Seize the Day says, how can they afford to stay away for 4 months? Well, if they're legally allowed to take support, they can. Now Greg Abbott has threatened them with bribery charges for taking donations, but I don't know if those will actually stick. I don't know legally if those charges would stick or whether they would not actually hold up in court. Thanks Boomer Wow, who thinks it's a political stunt that won't last. I guess that's the governor's mansion right there. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. We have right now Beth Mythical, Janet B., Ruth Krafasi all here. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X moderate for us. On Twitch, Hearsay, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Over on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks so much for modding. Much appreciated. It is 7:06. The press conference should begin at any time now. Oh, thanks to, I missed a couple on Facebook before. I'm way behind. Delene Lowry and Kristen McConnell Gates. And Mikia Lyles Barr. Thanks to all of you for the Facebook stars. I missed Delene. I think maybe I got Kristen earlier, but I missed Delene Lowry. So thank you, Kristen and McConnell Gates, Delene Lowry, and Makia Lyles Barr for your support on Facebook. On Facebook, thanks for your support. Oh wait, hey look, this is about to start. This is about to start. All right, let's go away from this. Let's go away from this. This is Chicago, Illinois. Let's get the volume on. I don't know that there is volume on this. This is Chicago, Illinois. Texas Democrats press conference.
Someone else will introduce Gonzalez.
Hopefully the sound gets a little better. I assume they'll get the sound from the microphone up there. I hope.
Is it your understanding that the person who's speaking introduces the next person, or how is that?
So these are some of the Texas Democrats who have left the state. You see them in front of you.
So I will be introducing Gonzalez.
I'm a placeholder for Rep.
But there will be
I'm the Barbara placeholder.
Again, I'm assuming once they start speaking into the microphones, the sound will be better. Did they leave with their families? Juliana Martin says. Well, one of them said last night they actually did not have their families with them. I don't. Maybe some do, but I believe most do not. At least most do not have their families with them. That's Gene Wu, right there. He spoke last night. Thanks so much to Spin City DJs. Yeah, again, people keep bringing up the warrants. Governor Abbott has issued warrants for police to arrest the members and bring them back to the House, in the State House. That's what the warrants are for, to arrest them and bring them back to the State House. But also, those warrants cannot be enforced outside of Texas. So it will, practically speaking, not impact them. They're not going to be arrested on those warrants outside of Texas by Texas law enforcement.
My name is
Hold on a second.
Kelly. I'm the Congresswoman from the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois. And I'd like to say welcome to all of my Texas colleagues. We want you to know that you are welcomed in Illinois. Stay as long as you want. Whatever we can do to make your stay more comfortable, we want to do that because we believe in what you're doing. You are courageous, and we are here to support you. What you're doing and what they're trying to do in Texas affects you guys, but it affects the whole country. When you want to remove 5 Democrats, that hurts us in the House. As you can see what happens now when there's not enough Democrats to stop the big ugly bill and all the other stuff that they've been doing. They are trying to destroy our democracy, destroy fairness in our country, and unfortunately they're starting with Texas. But we want you to know we stand by your side. I don't want to lose my fabulous colleagues. Some of them are here with me, Jasmine Crockett, my classmate, Mark Veazey, Al Green, Julie Johnson. We want all of them to stay, plus the others that they're trying to gerrymander. So with that, I want to give a minute to my colleague from Illinois, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, to bring his greetings.
Thank you, Congresswoman Kelly, and thank you to all of our friends who have come here to seek refuge as they deal with, I think, a man-made catastrophe and crisis for democracy. I have 3 points I want to make. First of all, when a flood devastated parts of Texas, leading to 130 people dying, including children, did Greg Abbott call a special session to create disaster relief for people? No. Did he call for a special session to help families rebuild? No. Did he call a special session to strengthen warning systems so that people could avoid the catastrophe that happened during the flood? No. Instead, he did the bidding of Donald Trump, who asked him to basically banish Democrats from the federal delegation representing Texas in Washington, D.C. My second point is this. Greg Abbott, don't mess with Texas. Don't mess with Texas because the people here represent Texas. You can silence them, you can smear them, you can saddle them with debts and fines, but you cannot intimidate them. And these people will not be intimidated. So I lead to my third and final point. Don't mess with democracy. Don't do it. You can play that game in Texas. You can gerrymander the hell out of that map. Guess what? 2 can play that game.
That's right.
Other states will do exactly the same thing and neutralize what you're trying to do in Texas. It's not going to work because we are not going to let it work. We are going to stand strong with these courageous individuals who are standing behind me, who've come to Illinois, knowing that the rest of the nation is with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressman. And as he said, we are ready to fight fire with fire. No butter knife to the gunfight. We are ready to bring the fire, bring the heat. We can do that too. And it's absolutely my pleasure to introduce Chair of the Progressive Caucus, Representative Ana Maria Rodriguez Ramos. I got that out.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. Buenas tardes. Soy Ana Maria Rodriguez Ramos, diputada del Distrito 102. I am the state representative for House District 102. And we're here fighting because instead of Governor Abbott and Texas Republicans focusing on working families and the negative impacts of Trump's horrible bill, as I shared and I expressed with my colleagues the other day, with his horrible bill. My daughter just got an organ transplant 6 months ago. With his horrible bill, I don't know that we can pay 75% increase in premiums. It is going to hurt my family and thousands of families statewide and nationwide. His horrible bill is hurting working families. When families can't afford to buy groceries, when families don't know if they're going to be able to keep their children alive because they can't no longer afford health care, that is what our focus should be. But instead they're focusing on pushing these racist, radical redistricting maps. And why is it racist? Because 70%, over 60% of our Texas population are Hispanic and African American and our Asian community. That is the largest African American population in the country is in Texas. The second largest Hispanic population in the country is in Texas. But they want to silence our voice. This is nothing short of blatant racism. They're going to cry and say, no, you can't say that. In fact, they've punished us. Congressman Crockett knows that. They don't allow us to say that word on the House floor. They say, you can't call us what we are. Use another word. But that is what you are, and that is what you are trying to do. Hurt these working families. Trump's policies when he's kidnapping families of color in the streets, that is nothing short of racism. He is coming after all of us who don't look like him and his Republican colleagues in the Texas House. So I will now introduce beautiful Congressman Al Green, wonderful congressman from Houston, who's going to really share a little more and enlighten a little more about the impact of these maps. Thank you, Congressman Green.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez-Ramos. Friends, after her profound words, it just seems to me that we ought to give her another expression of appreciation. It was awesome. It really was. And to all of my colleagues who have traversed some great distance to be here, and I'm talking about the state representatives now, I consider you my colleagues, it's easy to do something when you don't have to do it. They are leaving their homes, they're leaving their families, they have jobs, they have responsibilities, and this is courage that is uncommon. And with this kind of courage, they ought to be commended as well. Let's give them a big hand, please, for your uncommon courage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, we have a challenge before us. Dr. King reminded us that life is an inescapable network of mutuality, tied to a single garment of destiny. What impacts one directly impacts all indirectly. And that's what we're facing now, this challenge of it not being Texas. It's not just Texas. It really is the United States of America, because if they succeed in Texas, they will take this to other states. They will take this to the county court level. They will take this to the commissioners, the school boards. They will take this across the length and breadth of the country, but they'll do it if we only stand by and watch them. But if we take a stand, we can stop them. That's what we're doing today. We're taking a stand, and we're going to prevent them from going forward in Texas. All right. And here's why we have to take this stand. Because one vote makes a difference. Right. One vote makes a difference. It was one vote that allowed them to get the big, ugly steal out of the House. Right. One vote. And it was one vote in the Senate, with the vice president casting that vote, that allowed it to get out of the Senate and back to the House. Friends, I regret to tell you that the 18th Congressional District was not represented when that first vote took place. It was not. If the 18th had been represented, they'd have to find that one vote someplace else. One vote makes a difference. And in Texas, they are trying to silence 5 Democratic voices in the Congress of the United States of America. They have already made an effort to eliminate some of the districts. They're no longer going to be, there's no possibility of Democrats being elected. They are doing what the president has insisted be done, and I want you to know that we didn't introduce the race card. When this message was sent by and through the Justice Department to the state of Texas, to our Attorney General, they mentioned the race card because they talked about racial gerrymandering. They brought it up, and when they brought it up, they did it knowing that this was a buzzword. It was a trigger. They knew that if they could use the race card in Texas, where we've had white primaries, and when the Supreme Court said, well, you can't do that, then we had white pre-primaries, where we've had all sorts of obstacles to voting, they knew that that's a buzzword that people would respond to in Texas. But we are going to respond to that buzzword by telling them that your racism is not going to change democracy in the state of Texas, is not going to change it in the United States of America. Racism is going to be met with our taking a stand for democracy. You take a stand for racism, we will stand for democracy, and we will win. We will win. Democracy is going to win. My final comment is this. As you know, the President and I don't exchange Christmas cards. The President is a very vindictive person. He is a don't bring me any bad news person. Just fired someone because he got bad news. We friends have to understand what we're dealing with. And if we understand what we're dealing with, we can stop what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an egomaniacal person who believes that he has to be right, and if he's not, then the world is wrong. He would impeach judges that differ with him. He would fire people that don't give him good news. He would change congressional districts just to get rid of people that have challenged him. But I want you to know this. The challenge is not over. It is not. Yes, we have brought challenges against him, and I want to assure you of this. There are no circumstances that will prevent me from continuing to challenge the bigotry emanating from the presidency in policy. I will not stop, and I promise you, this president is going to, he's going to be brought down. He's going to be brought down. He has to be brought down. And I don't mean physically. I'm talking about politically. We will bring him down. He will be impeached again. I thank you.
I'd like to bring on Chair Jessica Gonzalez.
Hello, again, my name is Jessica Gonzalez, and I'm proud to represent House District 104, which includes parts of Dallas and Grand Prairie. I'm also honored to be the chair of the Texas House LGBTQ Caucus. Look, when we all got elected here, we were elected by our constituents, and that's who we work for. They elected us to represent their voices, their family, and their future. And that's exactly what we're all doing here by denying Texas Republicans quorum in order to pass these rigged congressional maps. And so I'm very proud to stand united with my Democrat colleagues. Look, one thing I do know is that Texas House Democrats know how to fight. We've been in these fights before. We've had to fight every single day when we're in regular session. And so we have our sleeves are rolled up, and we're ready to take this fight wherever it's going to take us, because our communities, our state, and our nation is definitely worth fighting for. And we know this is not about providing flood relief, because these congressional maps have been pushed. We have not had real discussions about providing folks relief who are in desperate need of it. And so we're just not going to stand for it. We're tired of it, and we're not going to let them do that to our communities. And so I'm proud to stand here united with my Democrat colleagues. You know, when I first got elected to House District 104, I was the first Latina to ever serve in that position, and I'm very, very proud of that. My community is a majority-minority district, and so when we do these kinds of, play these political games that Republicans want to play with our communities, it hurts our people like in my district, and the districts of people that are standing behind me. And we take our jobs serious, unlike Texas House Republicans. So thank you. And next, I want to introduce our former colleague, Congresswoman Julie Johnson. All right.
the most beautiful group of people. You know, it's a big honor for me to be standing here as a former colleague, a former member of the Texas House, a former quorum breaker, and protesting the right to vote in Texas, and now as a member of Congress. And, you know, what is happening is so outrageous. And I want to talk a little bit about my district and the impact that this is having. So I represent Texas' 32nd Congressional District. It's an urban district. It's 80% in Dallas County, a little bit of the Collin County, the county to my north, and a little bit of Denton County. But for the most part, it's very urban. There's not a single farm plot in Texas 32. They have divided it into 7 new congressional districts. 2 that go all the way to the Oklahoma border. 2 that go almost from Dallas to the Louisiana border. And then the others in a mishmash of rural Texas. My district I have 7 cities that have been dismembered, paired with 6 to 7 rural counties. So what they've done is they've taken a group of people, predominantly minority, I have a minority-majority coalition seat of a city, and then paired it with 5 to 6 rural counties that have no commonality of interest whatsoever. The issues facing the constituents of my district are very different than the issues facing the constituents of Upshur County, which is in very East Texas. They're very different issues. I have 62% renters. That county is mostly rural white farmers. And the list goes on and on. And so what is happening here is the most blatant, racist disregard for the voters of Texas. Because let me remind you, and I was there, we were all there when these maps were passed in 2021 by unanimous votes of the Republicans who have just now issued arrest warrants for my dear colleagues and friends. Because they all swore at that time these maps were the most beautiful maps. They were perfect. They didn't disenfranchise voters. They've had lawsuits. They've filed affidavits. They've given depositions. They've sworn and all at ways to Sunday that these are the perfect maps. Until President Trump gets nervous because his poll numbers are in the crapper. Because he knows that the American people are not swallowing the crap he's pushing. Because he's harming millions and millions of people. His poll waters are underwater, and he knows he's not going to win. He knows he's not going to win in November of 2026. So rather than push for policies that the American voters want to support, they come back with this rigged up thing, a DOJ opinion that implies that these Texas maps now have to be completely dismembered. And it's wrong. And the voters of Texas, I hope, are listening. Because the courage that my dear friends and colleagues are showing by saying, no, we're protesting, we're putting ourselves at great risk to stand up for democracy and America. And voters, I hope you're seeing that. I hope you're feeling it. I hope you are experiencing the courage and the hope that these folks are providing. Because what is happening is an attack on our democracy throughout this entire country. And I'm so pleased and so proud that they're standing up for us all. Because what's happening here now, it's cracking throughout other states. You know, we're having a national conversation over voter rights. And I want to encourage California and New York and Maryland and Washington State to say, you know what, gloves are off. if war is war, and Democrats, if y'all are going to do it in Texas, we're going to do it here, and this is a national war. And Democrats are no longer going to sit by handcuffed. This is an all-out war, and everything is on the table. And that is a message I really hope gets out loud and clear. But at the end of the day, I want to say thank you to each one of you for what you're doing. Know that the Democrats of the United States House of Representatives are 100% behind you. I hope you're feeling it. And I hope you out there, the voters, are getting a little glimmer of why politics is important. And that if they say, well, I don't know, politics doesn't affect me. I'm saying, honey, it does. If you don't do politics, politics will do you. And here we are. Politics is doing a lot of people right now. But you know, I want to end with this. We're all very proud Texans up here. Most of us. Some are proud. I'm proud of you. But we're all very proud Texans. We come from a state of great pride. And I never thought, as a Texan, as an elected member of the Texas House of Representatives, and now as an elected member from Texas to the United States House of Representatives, that I would see the governor of the proud state of Texas bend a knee to a felon from New York. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are.
Now it's my honor to introduce Rep. Busey.
Thank you all so much. I'm so proud to stand with my colleagues in the Texas House and our friends in Congress. We're all here tonight, not on vacation. We are here fighting and actively working for our constituents and the people of Texas. This is us on the job, fighting for our constituents. Hi, everyone. My name is State Representative John Busey, and I have the great pleasure of representing Austin in House District 136. Look, I didn't run for office to walk out of the Capitol, but I also didn't run for office to stand by while democracy is stolen in broad daylight. Texas Democrats broke quorum because sometimes the only way to uphold your oath is to refuse to play along with the rigged game. Let's be clear. This special session was supposed to be about saving lives after a tragedy. A cabin full of 8-year-old girls was washed away in the middle of the night. Families called 911 only to hear that help wasn't coming. At the end of the day, 137 Texans lost their lives. That's an emergency. That demands our action. But instead of holding hearings on flood prevention, Greg Abbott and Donald Trump held 8 hearings on redistricting, not for fairness, not for representation, but to manufacture 5 more Republican seats in Congress to enable Trump to cling on to power. That isn't governing, that's a heist. And we're here to stop it. When politicians can redraw the maps in the middle of the decade just because they're scared that voters won't reelect them, that's betrayal. Look, the governor can lie all he wants, but we're not running away, we're running into the fight. Texas Democrats are standing up for one of our most basic American principles, the right to representation. So no, this isn't political theater, it's survival. Because if we lose the power to choose our leaders, we lose everything. We broke quorum because this isn't just about maps. It's about power. And in Texas, the power still belongs to the voters. I want to thank you all so much, and I have the pleasure of introducing one of our great champions, Congressman Mark Vesey. He's a passionate advocate for Texas's 33rd District. He's fighting for working families, voting rights, and economic opportunity. And if you didn't know, he's in fact is the founder of the Voting Rights Caucus in Congress. He's from Fort Worth to Washington. Congressman Vesey has shown us that he will stand up to Donald Trump, he will fight for Texans, and he will fight for Americans. Please help me welcome our good friend, Congressman Mark Vesey.
Thank you, Representative. And, you know, the press, y'all been getting something wrong. I've been seeing a lot of headlines that say that these Texas legislators are fleeing. These Texas legislators ain't fleeing. These Texas legislators are fighting. Yeah. Right. They are fighting corruption, they are fighting racism, and they are fighting rigging. And that is what it is all about. And I got to tell you, it's crazy to think about this. 60 years ago today, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 declared that no American, no black American, no Latino American, no Asian American, no working class voter would ever be denied their voice in our democracy because of who they are or where they live. But that promise is under attack today by Greg Abbott bending a knee to Donald Trump, and it is absolutely wrong and it is embarrassing. And I got to tell you, I'm proud of these heroes that are standing behind me, some of which are my former colleagues in the state legislature, where I spent 8 years before going to Congress. And I got to tell you, I came into Congress right after the 2003 mid-decade redistricting, when a group of Democrats had just left the state to block discriminatory redistricting that had happened literally just before I was sworn in. And I got to tell you, we made a big mistake back then. We had no blue states back during that time period after Tom DeLay did his mid-decade redistricting. We didn't have any Democratic states that followed suit. And so it gave them the incentive to do it again, and that's why we are here right now. But I got to tell all of my friends that are Republicans that are out there watching right now, the game has changed, baby. It ain't the same no more. It ain't the same no more. We are going to match Donald Trump's energy when it comes to redistricting. As it was said before, it's been Democrats, we have shown up to a gunfight with nothing but good intentions and dull knives. And that era is over. We are not going to unilaterally disarm. And that's what's different this time around. And so to the governor of this state, of Illinois, the governor of California and New York, thank you for standing tall with us. We need our other Democratic governors in New Jersey, New Mexico, Maryland, not New Mexico, Jersey, Maryland, Oregon, and Washington. We need for them to stand with us now also. This is serious business. This is absolutely serious business. Democracy is at stake here, and we have to keep fighting Donald Trump each and every step of the way. With that, I now call back to the podium Representative Harold Dutton, who I served with out of Houston. Harold.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by saying my name is Harold Dutton. I'm from Houston. Most people say I'm from Fifth Ward. You'll understand that. And I guess that's true. One of the things I learned in Fifth Ward, about the 7th grade, was that we learned that in order to have democracy, it had to be of the people, by the people, and for the people.
That's right.
But in Texas, what we've changed that to is we're going to have democracy by being of the party, by the party, and for the party.
That's right.
That's absolutely crazy. And I want to correct something, and I think Representative Veazey said it. We're not running from anything. We're trying to make sure that when democracy is in Texas, it is going to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. And secondly, if you see us running in a fight, we chasing somebody. We ain't running from nobody. We're just not running from anybody. Now, let me end with this. I'm here because one of my constituents told me, she said, well, if you all are going to hang separately, you might as well hang together. And so I'm here with my colleagues because I don't think we're going to hang. Because another constituent said to me, Representative Green, said, you know the story in the Bible about Haman and Mordecai? Haman built the gallows for Mordecai. And guess who they put on the gallows first? Haman. And so I think all of this is going to backfire on these Republicans because I think they have raised democracy issues so far and so high that the people in Texas now are getting the message, and that's one of the reasons we're here. I'm thankful for the Illinois delegation. I have worked with them before. My first cousin was Monique Davis, who was a member of the Illinois delegation for a long time. She said to tell you all hello to because she wanted to come over. I had to stop her from doing that. But again, I think that the challenge for us is really to make sure that our people get to vote. And we're going to do that. And with that, let me stop and introduce me. No, I'm going to introduce Sojourner Truth, and better known as Jasmine Crockett.
So I will be your last and final speaker, but let me tell you something. I want to make sure that I make it clear who these people that are standing behind me are. Because I don't think that the American people truly understand the amount of sacrifice that these warriors and heroes are making right now. Most people don't understand that in the Texas House you only get paid $7,000 as it is as a salary. But these people are saying, listen, we are going to do our job because we understand our oath, unlike those that serve on the federal level and are Republicans, as well as those that serve in our current Supreme Court and happen to have been appointed by Republicans, as well as those that serve in the Texas House right now and happen to be Republicans. These are people that understand what it is to be a representative. They understand their constituencies, and instead of trying to stomp on them, they want to do everything that they can to stomp for them. And so that's why they're here. Now let me say, this governor talks a lot of noise, and I made sure that I put up my warrant from 4 years ago to make it plain that they talk a lot of noise, but these guys are weak. That's why they're over here trying to bully people. Bullies are always weak. The difference is they expect Democrats to kind of be the nice guys that we are. They expect us to take the punch and say thank you. Well, I am here to tell you, not only are we going to punch back, but we're about to beat you down.
That's right.
Yeah.
We are going to win. I'm going to tell you why we're going to win, because people are tired. And as it's already been said, we got a few truth tellers that came before us. A number of them came out of Texas. So I need y'all to understand that maybe you haven't learned these amazing warriors' names, but you will know their names. Y'all know how the president feels about me. Got my training ground right there in Texas. We know that there was another amazing black woman out of the state of Texas by the name of Barbara Jordan that had to check another corrupt president by the name of Nixon. So I'm here to tell you, just like I told a group of folk in Arizona yesterday. Frankie Beverly and Mays said it best. We are one. For everyone that's been asking, where are the Democrats? Well, here they are. For everyone that's been asking, where is the fight? Well, here it is. But let me tell you something. Don't leave them out on a ledge by themselves. They need to know that you, the American people, stand with them because they are standing for you. There's so many people that they will never meet, but they understand the importance of making sure that they have a voice when it comes to their government. They understand the importance of standing for what democracy is and making sure that it does not fall by the wayside. They understand that we have a Timu Hitler in the White House right now that thinks that he is going to become the dictator of the United States. Well, I got another thing to tell you, sir. The Democrats, no matter whether we're talking about these Texas House Democrats, or whether we're talking about the governor from Illinois, the governor from California, or whether we're talking about New York, or I can go through the states, and it's not just the governors. It is the state houses. It is the state senators. It is those congressional delegations that are saying, do what you got to do, and I will fight, and I will win, and I will earn my seat back to the people's house in D.C. I am here to tell you that time is up for playing in our faces. The Democrats are not going to stand for this any longer. We know that we are standing for the people. And so long as we stand for the people, I absolutely believe the people are going to stand for us. So I just want to be clear. Do whatever you can to support these heroes, because they are the ones that had to leave their families. They are the ones that have warrants out for their arrest. They are the ones that are doing things that, honestly, a lot of other people do not have the audacity to do. So make sure when you talk about them, press, put some respect on their names. I appreciate y'all. That's it? Oh, oh, we're done. We're done. No. Oh. We're done. No, we're done. Yes, we are. We done. That's what it says.
Are they finished or not? Let's see.
We were supposed to have Ron close,
Oh.
do the closing. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I apologize.
Sorry.
Not yet.
I am State Representative Ron Reynolds, and I'm proud to serve as the Chair Emeritus of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus under the great leadership of our Chairwoman, Barbara Gervin Hawkins, and as Vice Chair of the House Democratic Caucus under the great leadership of Chairman Gene Wu. And we're all united, standing on the right side of history. You know, Congressman VC's right. It was 60 years ago that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed into law. And it was signed by a great Texan by the name of Lyndon Baines Johnson. But that Voting Rights Act didn't come easy. It came as a result of people who made the ultimate sacrifice, people who we may remember, like Congressman John Lewis, who made good trouble. He risked his life to end Jim Crow. He did everything with other freedom fighters. They took freedom rides. They sat at lunch counters. They did everything they could to end poll taxes and literacy tests. And thank God, many of us here today would not be here but for the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It was, as Congresswoman Crockett said, Barbara Jordan, who was the first African-American congresswoman from the South since Reconstruction. She was only there because of that bill. And here we are on the right side of history trying to stop the Texas steal by Abbott and Trump. They want to take us back. They literally want to take us back by disenfranchising black and brown communities. And we say no. No, we say hell no. Not on our watch. We will not allow you to turn back the clock. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue speaking truth to power. We're going to continue doing everything we can to protect the precious fundamental right to vote. And I will end with this. Our scripture teaches us in Proverbs 31:8-9 to speak out for the one who cannot speak, for the rights of those who are doomed. Speak out, judge fairly, and defend the rights of oppressed and needy people. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the Democrats are going to keep speaking out. We're going to call out the racist gerrymander that President Trump and these MAGA extremists like Trump, like Abbott, want to push down our throats. Not on our watch. We're not going back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say, giving a special thank you to the IBEW for hosting us, and thank you for all the kindness from the Illinoisans who have been so nice to us. We're not going to do group questions. Members will be available for individual interviews if you want, but we do, the Democrats, our House Democrats do actually have to make another meeting, so we have a limited amount of time here.
Great, thank you.
So that was, well, it was a press conference, but the questions, I guess, are going to be with interviews. So I guess it was more of a media booth. I thought they were going to maybe take questions. That's why I had press conference. Let's see what's up here. It's possible the camera will have some questions for people, but I don't know. Anyways, you got to hear from a bunch of Texas Democrats, both House members and Congress, members of U.S. Congress. So we'll see where all of this goes. I mean, I don't know where this is all going. There's no sign that the House Democrats that have left Texas are going back to Texas anytime soon. Will Republicans be able to pass their proposed redistricting plan to give Republicans 5 more House seats from Texas of the 38 that are in Texas? Will they be able to pass it? We'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know where this is all going. And will other states redistrict if Texas goes through with it. MacMen thinks the country is falling apart, by the way. Maybe we'll do a little poll before we wrap up. The poll is, will Texas GOP pass redistricting? Oops. I had it all written out. Will the Texas GOP pass the redistricting? Redistricting. Okay, I posted it in YouTube. I'm posting it on Twitch right now. I'll actually on Twitch make sure the poll is long enough. Then I'll post it on I'll post it on Twitch. And I'll post it on Facebook. And we'll hear what you guys have to say. One of our viewers thinks California will do redistricting. Well, Governor Newsom has said he would work to do it if Texas does it. I owe a couple thank yous to people too. Mickey Lyle's Bar, our viewer, says, I wish things didn't have to be this way, so divided. No, there's no quorum right now. I'm just saying eventually will they manage to pass it one way or the other. They can't have a vote at the moment. Hopefully the poll works over there on Facebook. Sometimes there's some issues. Okay, so I said to you guys, will the Texas Republicans manage to pass this? Let's see what people said. By the way, before that, a couple quick thank yous. Thanks so much to Crazy Yoda for your support. I really appreciate it, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says there's gerrymandering in Illinois in favor of Democrats. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Thank you, Bree. Nick Rose. Nick is wondering if there's a civil war coming. Thank you, Spin City DJs. Thank you so much. Hermit Ersatz. Hermit thinks that there is momentum to end all corrupt politics. And it's a hopeful epoch for all of America. Thank you, Hermit Ersatz, for your support. I really appreciate that. Michelle Joyner, Game Over. John DFW. Boomer Wow. Thank you. All right, let's see the polls. Let's see what people said. I'm doing this right now. Over on YouTube, I said, will the Republicans in Texas ultimately pass the redistricting? So, oops, what happened there? Oh, I see. 74% are saying yes on YouTube. On Facebook, yes is 78%. And on Twitch, the current vote is 79% on Twitch. So about 3/4 of you on all our platforms think they will pass it. Another question is, so suppose they pass it and then you have other states starting to do it too. Then is what's going to happen every couple years? States are going to try to change maps. Are map changes going to become more frequent? Because in recent history they've been once every 10 years. That's how they've done it. Although this is not the reason this Texas one is considered such a big deal is that it's not once every 10 years. It's in the middle of a decade. So Are we entering a new era where these map changes are more frequent? Crazy Yoda thinks they sure will. Oh, do you think they're pass? You mean pass it, or just more states doing it? Hey, thanks AZ Intel's dad and Hermit Ersatz for the Facebook stars. That's so nice of you. Thank you. AZ Intel's dad and Hermit Ersatz. Moo thinks it would backfire. I mean, I don't. That's a whole other question. Is does it backfire somehow? Where I mean, in theory, if you start messing with the districts and moving and changing the maps, maybe a seat you thought was safe that you messed with wasn't safe after all, and you lose that previously existing seat. MacMen thinks the maps will be changed anytime the dominant party is predicted to not win. Russian severe weather video thinks it will not pass. EJ Rod says, I see every 5 years as a possibility. People are moving around a lot more now, especially out of state. But to be clear, this is not... Now, maybe you're saying, EJ Rod, you think it'll be every 5 years to account for different population movements. But the every 10 years was to account for the census every 10 years and the different number of seats allocated to each state. This redistricting is not intended to the reasoning behind this redistricting is not, oh, the population has changed so much that we need to capture those new population changes. The pretty clear intent of the redistricting is to give Republicans more seats. Now, again, in the past, both Republicans and Democrats have done this kind of redistricting in changing the maps. That's called gerrymandering. Oh, thanks AZ Intel's dad for your support, all your support, and for shouting out the mods too. Thank you. John Smith says, as a Texan, I don't care. I want it passed. Another thing, oh, the poll ended on Twitch. Another thing is some states have restrictions. Some states have these rules where you have to have a nonpartisan commission do it. But if other states start changing their maps more often, might those states say, well, we want to change ours too and get rid of the nonpartisan commissions? I have no idea. All right, guys, so we were on the air covering this earlier. If you missed it, the whole first part of this stream was on this topic. We covered it a bunch. And then what happened is we stayed on the air. I took a break because we knew that this press conference was coming up and also this protest was coming up. We showed you a little bit of it. So basically, I took a break and I extended the stream longer than it normally would have been so we could show you that stuff, so you could hear the Texas Democrats speak. Again, if I were aware of like a Texas Republican press conference, I would have shown it to you. If Governor Abbott was speaking, I would have shown it to you. I was just not aware of any of those things happening. I didn't have footage of any of them. So this is the footage I had today. But I think we're going to start wrapping up this live stream. But we certainly could cover this story more as things develop. I mean, who knows? I don't know where this is going. I don't know if it's this what's going to happen in Texas, whether it'll ultimately pass in Texas, whether the Democrats will come back sooner or later to Texas, whether other states will start doing it, as some states have said they might. But this could certainly impact the election to the House election in 2026. So certainly we might be doing more coverage of this soon. But I need to eat something and start wrapping up. And if there's any kind of other big news tonight, I can always come back on the air. So I really appreciate you guys joining us for our live coverage of this story. I think it's a big story, an important story, and you're going to be hearing more about it as we go into next year. And maybe very soon a lot more about it. We'll have to see. We'll see what happens. But it's an important story. It affects the House election. So, hang on a second here. Hang on. All right, so I really appreciate you being here. Is this new or not? Let's see. Is this new? Yeah, I read statements earlier from Ken Paxton and also Governor Abbott. We read those earlier. Hey, subscribe, follow the channel if you want. Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. Also, we have a notifications. I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. I'm going to jump on the air. But we do have free notifications. You can sign up once. All you need to do is sign up once to our notification system, and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. It's really reliable. It works great. It's our Discord notifications. Sign up for those so you don't miss a live stream. The moderators will post a link in the chat to sign up for the notifications. You can also find that link to the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I really appreciate you guys watching. Thanks. I've been reading comments during the broadcast. I'm sorry I can't get to all of them, but I really appreciate everybody who has shared their comments and their questions and has written to me and shared their updates and wrote in with updates. So thanks for participating in the broadcast and helping out that way. And appreciate everybody watching. Thank you. And shout out to our moderators. You know, chats, especially a stream like this, we're going to have different views in the chat, and our moderators are the ones who allow us to do that, who allow us to have people with different views in the chat, but keep things under control there and keep things respectful. So huge thanks to them. For example, people on YouTube like Sabrina, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, and all of our other YouTube moderators who have been there. Thank you so much. Robert's May Queen on Twitch. Bash and Girl Hearsay, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, and our other Twitch moderators. Facebook, Kay Lowry Body has been there. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook mods, Shannon Davis Hughes and others. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X moderate for us over there. Thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. And huge thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. So kind of you guys to support the channel. This is a viewer-supported channel. That's how the channel exists, how I can buy news footage. So I really appreciate everybody who donated. That's really nice of you. Hopefully, did I thank everybody? I bet I missed some people on Twitch. Cece on Twitch, I owe a thank you to. Edu Makashan on Twitch, thank you. And J Drabble on Twitch. And Fifth Survivor. Oh, I got behind on Twitch. And Notorious Rob. Sorry, Twitch, for getting behind on my thank yous. And Neo Geo Zach. And Noodle Soup. Thank you. Also, Tech Wizard. Thanks, Tech Wizard. Yeah, some viewers have mentioned a fire in Maui that firefighters are actively fighting. I'll keep an eye on that. I will certainly keep an eye on it. Thank you, Tech Wizard, for your support and for writing in, and everybody else who has written in about that. I appreciate it. Hold on a second here. Thanks to our Discord mods as well. Very much appreciate you, Discord moderators. If you ever want to donate, it's agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks so much for your support. Hey, I will post updates about this and other stories on my X account, @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news posts on X. If you ever want to donate, it's agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But there it is, @Lookner on X. Follow me there for breaking news posts, and I will post a link to that in the channel. In the chat, and also another great way to find out when we're going live, @Agenda Free TV on X, the channel X account. Always post when we're going live. I always post there. Also, I post updates about the channel there, @Agenda Free TV on X. Oops, let's see here. I should only be there. Okay. And, oh, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning the YouTube notifications on. That can really help you find out when we're live. But it's a little confusing how to turn on the YouTube notifications. To turn on the YouTube notifications, so you subscribe to the channel, you got to subscribe to the channel, and then click the bell and choose all notifications. So again, subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. That's how to get the YouTube notifications on. Also, hey, thanks so much to our Facebook subscribers like Robert Real II and Sharon Klassen Goslin, who support the channel over there. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Aaron Van S, Chuck Mosca, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers, thanks to all of you. Like Sen10. Thanks for subscribing, Sen10. Wall Street and Shaggy, Artful Nothing. Douthus. Matthew Kohai 3, Chi-Town Bear, thank you. Gonzalez, thanks Gonzalez for subscribing. Massachusetts guy. And all of our other subscribers over there. Your moms over there, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Bastion Girl, thank you. Jax Haku, thanks for subscribing on Twitch as well. And our YouTube members like Lucky Minute, Chaz Martin, CAC813, Big Mike, Evelyn AZ, Mark Boutel, Macro Geek, Hermit Ursatz, thanks for all your support. Thanks for being a member. Jean-Paul Lachance, thanks for being a member. Confidence in God. Success of Now, Space Fraggle, Humbology, Kiki, CAC813, Just Me, Chris F., Texas Bully Mom, Sam Patton, Brian Bursch, Mike in Jersey, Nini. Has Ted Cruz commented about this? I don't know if over the past weeks he has said anything about this. I wouldn't be surprised if he had. I'm looking on his social media today. I don't see anything about it today on his social media. But maybe he talked about it sometime in recent weeks. Sloppy Joe, thanks for being a member. Austin Batman, SP, Jason Carlton, Elroy, Tubular Mindwave. Leslie Ladyhawk, Sydney, Enoch Luciano, Bama Fan, Dean R., Fred Flintstone, Ted037. All of our other YouTube members, thank you. NY Committee, E-Oddity. Appreciate all of you watching. I got to wrap this up. I haven't even really eaten. Thanks, Can Aiken, for watching. Thank you. The one and only Adrienne. My head is melting. Jexy Baubel. And Sharon Klassen Goslin. LT, thanks for subscribing. Anne Marie, thanks for watching. Juliana Martin. Artist Caverlin. Rita Evans Lang, thanks for subscribing. Paula Thompson, Barry Eisler, thank you. Brody Davis, Stasha Morgan. All right, we are wrapping this up. So we very well might have more coverage of this. If you missed it, you can go back and watch the whole first part of the stream. We did a bunch of coverage of this today. And I'll be keeping an eye on it. I'm sure more news to come out of Texas. All right. That is it for now. Thank you so much for joining us for our live coverage, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.